I'm your bedtime historian, and I promise you, this in ancient Egypt, secrets wore more gold than their queens ever did. Behind every polished limestone statue, every flickering oil lamp in a palace hall, there lingered whispers that could make even a crocodile priest blush. Imagine silk curtains shifting in desert winds, perfumed letters tucked beneath lapis pillows, a single glance between court rivals, sparking gossip that echoed for centuries. How did these women crowned as living goddesses cloak their private scandals behind the divine glow of Ra and the granite jaws of sphinxes? And more curiously, how many secrets still sleep beneath the sands, just waiting for our footsteps? If your eyelids feel heavier than a sarcophagus lid, already a gentle like and subscribe might just keep this tomb open a little longer tonight. Somewhere in some dim-lit corner of your waking hours, tell me who's your favorite rumor-laden royal from any era. Now dim the lights, maybe pull your blanket a little tighter, and follow me through the first veil of Egypt's hidden intrigues. You find yourself drifting through the palace of a queen whose name still drips with divine perfume, an image both worshipped and untouchable. To be an Egyptian queen was to wear godhood like kohl, on the eyes, visible but fragile. You can almost hear the hush of servants bowing so low their foreheads touch cool stone, the clink of gold bracelets weighing slender wrists, the rustle of papyrus scrolls recording triumphs and conveniently forgetting indiscretions. These queens, Nefertiti, Cleopatra, Hatshepsut, weren't just figures frozen in temple carvings. They were master strategists in silk-wielding rumor like a dagger. Take Hatshepsut, for example, a queen who crowned herself king, draped in a ceremonial beard and male regalia to quiet any courtly mutters about a woman ruling alone. Historians still argue whether this disguise was necessity vanity or a subtle jab at tradition's stiff collar. Some nights, under the flicker of an oil lamp, a queen's priestess might whisper that divine blood flows differently than mortal blood, that a goddess on earth must keep her secrets sealed behind linen and incense. You wonder, as you stand invisible in the corner of this imagined palace, how much those secrets weighed on the queens themselves. Did they breathe easier beneath that heavy golden crown? Or did it press their secrets deeper into their bones? A single fact drifts like a desert wind. Queens were never fully alone. In their chambers hovered scribes, spies, dancers, eunuchs, each one a possible keeper or betrayer of whispers. It's said some scribes learned more than they wrote down their papyrus rolls, half-truths, folded neatly beside full scandals, never meant for daylight. You listen for the heartbeat of the palace, the thrum of sandals against sandstone floors, hushed arguments behind embroidered screens, the suspicious hush when certain names are spoken. Here, the royal veil is not silk, but a net woven of temple hymns and rumors of love affairs disguised as state diplomacy. Did Cleopatra truly seduce Caesar for power alone? Or was there a softer scandal hidden beneath the marble statues and Latin scripts? Scholars lean close to dusty scrolls, yet no one agrees completely. And that, like all good bedtime puzzles, makes drifting off into sleep that much sweeter. In a corner, an old mural flickers in your mind, a queen extending her hand to a god carved in lapis. Is it devotion or distraction from the scandal stirring behind her? As you drift closer, the gold leaf shimmers just enough to remind you secrets never sleep. They linger in the mortar, the paint, the hush of temple walls. Let your mind wander where sandals tread softly and the moon spills silver secrets into palace courtyards. This veil, delicate yet iron-strong shields, more than just royal skin. It cloaks the very truth of who wielded power in a world that worshipped the sun but feared the dark. And maybe these secrets will whisper themselves into your dreams tonight, curling like incense around ancient stone. Sometimes secrets slip where paint dries slowly. You stand before a palace wall, its surface cool under your fingertips, pigments mixed with crushed minerals, and prayers to keep them vibrant for eternity. Hear the walls talk if you know where to look. There's a rumor, drifting through this corridor, that some queens left their truest confessions not in official decrees, but in hidden corners of tomb murals and the graffiti etched by a careless hand. Beneath layers of ceremonial scenes, kings smiting enemies, queens presenting lotus blossoms to gods. There are stray marks, playful insults, tiny poems only a handful of eyes were meant to find. Historians still debate whether these scratches were rebellious scribbles from servants or secret messages from the queens themselves encoded to slip past the priests and rival scribes. You lean closer, tracing a fingertip along a faded figure. One mural inside the tomb of Nefertari glows with vibrant blues and golds, a queen painted as Hathor reborn. But hidden near her foot, a name appears too small to be part of the grand scene. Was it a lover's mark? A servant's joke? Some scholars swear it hints at a scandalous affair that never made it to official scrolls. Others roll their eyes and say it's just a mason's board doodle. Both versions feel possible in this place. Every palace had these secret layers. Imagine a corridor in Luxor, a dark passage lit by flickering rushlights. A young scribe drags a reed brush across wet plaster, carefully copying prayers. But once the overseer's sandals echo away, he dips the brush again and sketches a figure kissing another, a scandal that might never see the sun, but would whisper in shadows for millennia. There's something oddly comforting about knowing ancient gossip lives forever in hidden crevices of paint. It makes the queens feel closer, less like untouchable goddesses, more like clever players who knew how to hide a wink behind divine ceremony. And here's a curious fact for your drifting mind. In the workers' village of Deir el-Medina, laborers built tombs by day and sometimes mocked their royal patrons by night. Walls have been found there with sketches of pharaohs, drunk queens with exaggerated features, scandalous positions that would scandalize any temple priest. Yet these tiny jokes survived, while countless official records turned to dust. As you imagine these corridors, these walls that mutter secrets, if you press your ear close enough, remember every rumor has its brushstroke. Some so delicate they fade with the centuries, others bold enough to outlive the very queens they teased. So drift a little deeper and picture your own quiet footfalls through a hallway lit only by the glow of oil lamps and the warmth of stories that never made the scrolls. Somewhere ahead, a rumor waits one that starts not in paint, but in the sudden absence of a queen who vanished into history's shadows. A name can vanish faster than a whisper under desert winds. You stand now at the edge of one of Egypt's most unsettling royal riddles, the sudden disappearance of Nefertiti, the queen whose face launched 1,000 marble copies, then slipped into silence. Close your eyes and picture her painted lids, that iconic blue crown, her gaze cast somewhere just above your shoulder, as if she's already planning an escape. Historians still puzzle over when exactly she faded from the record. One moment, she is the great royal wife of Akhenaten, standing side by side with the sun god, Aten, blazing above them both. The next, her name is scraped from temple walls, her image chiseled away, as if a hand tried to erase the sun's own reflection. Was it a political coup? A quiet burial after sudden illness? Or something stranger did she rule for a while in disguise? A woman stepping into a king's sandals like Hatshepsut once did. Theories drift like incense through dusty libraries. Some scholars insist Nefertiti became Smenkhkare, a mysterious co-regent who appears just as she disappears. Others think she fell from favor, her devotion to the monotheistic sun cult, earning her enemies, who would rather pretend she never lit up their stone courtyards at all. It's oddly comforting, this puzzle, with no final piece. It reminds you that even the most carefully guarded legacy can be undone by the same chisels that once carved it in gold. One fact still anchors the fog. Her famous bust, discovered in 1912, remains one of the most recognizable images in the world. You can see it now, in your mind's quiet museum. The serene smile, the flawless neck, the eyes that look right through the centuries. Yet behind that calm expression, there must have been whispers. Lovers betrayed priests, plotting daughters vying for scraps of power left behind by a mother's sudden absence. Imagine the royal court at Amarna, low chatter over clay wine cups, scribes ducking out of sight to pass secret notes, the hush of sandals in shadowed corridors. It's said that when the capital moved to Amarna, the entire city bloomed like a fragile flower in the desert, a place where art changed overnight. Artists showed the royal family in intimate scenes, kissing children, holding hands beneath the sun's long rays. So intimate, in fact, that some ancient eyes must have widened in scandal. Did Nefertiti's private power upset more than just the priests? Did her closeness to the king threaten a fragile balance that could only be restored by erasing her name? One small overlooked detail lingers like sand in your shoe. On certain temple reliefs, Nefertiti is shown smiting enemies, an act usually reserved for kings. Some scholars wonder if this glimpse reveals an ambition that others couldn't stomach. Was it a warning or a promise that she would wield power alone if she must picture a late night in that vanished capital? The desert winds press against linen walls, carrying rumors from one sandstone courtyard to another. Somewhere a servant ducks behind a column, ears open for news that will travel faster than a royal barge on the Nile. Somewhere else, a priest hides a clay tablet, one that names the queen's fate, perhaps buried with him, to keep the secret safe for eternity. You drift past statues with broken noses and battered crowns, each chip in the stone another attempt to erase a woman whose shadow proved stubbornly immortal. Historians dig and argue, papyrus rustling under careful fingers, debating whether she died, ruled, fled, or was murdered in silence. What would Nefertiti say if she could stand before you now, her famous crown tilted at a daring angle? Would she smirk at the idea of scholars tracing her footsteps like ants on temple stairs? Or would she lean close and whisper a truth so simple, so mundane, that it would disappoint every restless mind that ever puzzled over her fate? Perhaps the real scandal is that some secrets die with their keepers, and we half-asleep wanderers in the kingdom of the past are left only with broken statues and half-legends painted on walls that crumble a little more each year. So keep this rumor tucked beneath your pillow. Sometimes the most powerful queens are the ones whose silence echoes loudest through the centuries. And if you listen carefully tonight, maybe you'll catch her name whispered between your dreams. Now, rest your hand against the cold stone one last time before you slip further down this corridor of vanished truths. Ahead lies a chamber lit by flickering torches, and the scent of roasted figs and honeyed wine, a place where the next scandal brews behind a feast fit for a goddess and a Roman general's wandering eye. A banquet table can hold more secrets than a tomb. Follow me now, through the heavy scent of roasting meats, honeyed dates, and crushed pomegranates, an air so thick with perfume and gossip that you'd swear the very walls sweat scandal. You find yourself standing at the edge of Cleopatra's forbidden feasts, those decadent gatherings whispered about by Roman senators, scribbled into letters, and embroidered into centuries of rumor. Picture the long, low tables, draped in linen, finer than the sails of a royal barge. Platters piled high with figs, grilled fish fresh from the Nile, and strange delicacies carried overland by camel caravans, pickled songbirds, glazed locusts, lotus flower pastries that melt on the tongue. Servants drift through the haze, balancing copper jugs of wine so sweet it leaves a syrupy trace on their lips. The air is warm, with the hum of conversation politics, disguised as poetry alliances, sealed with a tilt of a goblet. Some historians claim Cleopatra's feasts were simple statecraft, her way to charm Roman power brokers like Julius Caesar and Mark Antony into keeping Egypt's crown balanced on her head. Others insist they were sly traps, tables turned into stages where the queen performed a spectacle of luxury meant to dazzle and disarm. One fact holds steady: the tales of her feasting lingered long after the last fig was eaten. Pliny the Elder, that fussy old Roman naturalist, recorded how Cleopatra once dissolved a priceless pearl in vinegar, swallowed it to win a bet, and left an entire empire scandalized at the cost of her single sip. Scholars still debate whether it happened at all, or was spun later by jealous scribes who couldn't stand a woman outwitting their generals. You drift closer to the queen's seat. Her throne here is not stone, but a cushioned platform surrounded by cushions of embroidered silk. She leans back, eyes half-lidded under the flicker of oil lamps, her laughter drifting across the plates like incense. Mark Antony sits near her elbow, armored in pride, and wine dazzled not just by her beauty, but by the performance of power she weaves with every smile. Imagine the mood part, seduction part, chess match. A single raised eyebrow from Cleopatra could shift alliances. A whispered word beneath the din of harpists could send spies running into the night with new orders. Rumors say lovers were chosen in these banquets, two secret assignations arranged with a glance over a goblet of spiced wine. And when the feast ended, some guests left. With more than just a full belly, they carried home promises, bribes, or threats scribbled on papyrus tucked in their robes. A quirky detail still clings to these tales, like the sweet residue of dates on fingertips. Cleopatra was rumored to lace her feasts with subtle tricks: gold-dusted fruits, wine spiked with tiny doses of herbs that blurred the line between truth and flattery. Some Roman scribes even claimed she trained her servants to eavesdrop and report every careless whisper back to her inner circle. Whether true or not, you can almost hear the soft shuffle of bare feet on marble floors, the secret conversations half buried under the harp strings. Picture yourself slipping between the cushions and tapestries, invisible as a drifting incense curl. You watch senators red-faced with wine soldiers boasting of conquests, while the real conquest, Cleopatra, sits silent and amused at the head of it all. She knows what they do not, that this feast is a stage, the plates, props, the guests themselves, puppets dancing for the benefit of a woman who understood that a scandal well-fed was more dangerous than a sword unsheathed. Historians still argue whether Cleopatra's banquets were truly decadent or just cleverly exaggerated by Roman propaganda to smear her name. Some say these feasts never happened at all, not in the way the scrolls insist. Perhaps they were simple dinners magnified by rumor and envy until they became the stuff of tavern stories and bedtime myths. But the absence of proof only makes the legend sweeter, like a fig hidden under a napkin, waiting to be discovered. Lean back for a moment and breathe in the soft clatter of golden goblets, the hushed laughter behind a silk screen, the sharp scent of vinegar and crushed pearls. Somewhere beyond the torchlit chamber, the Nile slides silently past palace walls, carrying secrets downstream toward tombs not yet carved. Every scandal needs a river to wash away the crumbs after all. If you listen closely, you might hear the ghost of a toast Cleopatra raising her cup to a room full of men who believed they held her fate in their hands, never realizing that she, with her feasts and whispered promises, held theirs instead. And when dawn came and the plates were cleared, she would retreat behind painted doors, leaving her guests blinking at the sun hung over, not just on wine, but on the thrill of having brushed against power dressed as pleasure. So as your eyelids drift heavier than Cleopatra's golden earrings, remember this: a feast is never just a meal in a palace like hers. It's a stage set for scandal, a table where power is served in courses and every bite is a bargain disguised as sweetness. And as the last candles gutter out, the banquet hall dissolves into the hush of night. Somewhere, a Roman general wakes with a taste of honey and fear on his tongue, wondering if he's conquered a queen or been conquered by her. Power is a family affair, and sometimes the bloodline cuts deeper than any dagger. You drift now into the echoing halls of royal chambers, where sisters watch sisters, half-sisters whisper behind carved doors, and the softest rivalry can grow teeth sharp enough to scar an entire dynasty. Picture a sunlit courtyard behind high walls in Thebes. Two princesses sit beneath a flowering sycamore, braiding each other's hair eyes, darting toward the shaded doorways where eunuchs stand like shadows. To the world beyond, these royal daughters are living jewel symbols of Egypt's divine order. But inside these walls, they are contenders in a game more ruthless than any battle fought on the Nile's banks. Ancient Egypt's royal families were tangled like lotus roots in muddy water. Pharaohs took multiple wives, and children from different queens often found themselves at the same table, forced to smile sweetly while plotting which sibling would rise or fall. Hatshepsut herself rose in part because she outmaneuvered her half-brothers, wielding charm and cunning sharper than any ceremonial blade. Historians still argue whether her steps toward the throne were rightful ambition or a scandalous grab for power that broke sacred traditions wide open. One overlooked detail makes these sister rivalries all the more human. They unfolded not in grand public courts, but in private gardens and perfumed antechambers. It was in whispered conversations, beside reflecting pools, over cups of date wine, and platters of honeyed bread, that alliances formed and betrayed trust festered. Imagine an older sister leaning close to her half-sister, brushing an errant strand of hair aside while slipping venomous rumors into her ear, both the flattery and the threat hidden behind sweet-scented oil. Sometimes these rivalries went well beyond rumor. One ancient inscription hints that a princess once ordered the poisoning of a rival sibling's favorite servant to send a quiet message: step aside or sleep forever. Some scholars roll their eyes at such dramatic tales, pointing out how scribes loved to embellish palace gossip to curry favor with new rulers. But still, the rumor lingers in the dust of abandoned palaces, too delicious to dismiss entirely. Now drift deeper into this tangled family tree. You find yourself in the hidden quarters of royal daughters, rooms filled with alabaster jars of coal ivory combs, lapis mirrors that reflect more than just painted faces. Each sister's entourage is a miniature court servants, loyal only to her old wet nurses, who remember secrets from the cradle tutors, who might switch allegiances with a well-placed bribe. Rivalry lives in these small details, a scarf gone missing, a favored necklace suddenly appearing around another sister's neck, a trusted maid found weeping in a corridor after overhearing the wrong thing at the wrong hour. Even in death, the rivalries did not sleep easily. Tombs were places of eternal rest, but they could also be silent battlegrounds. A rival sister's name chipped from a wall, painting her likeness defaced by a jealous hand in the darkness. Imagine a high priest paid off in the hush of night to alter the prayers carved into a sarcophagus, just enough to twist the afterlife into a place of shadows for an unloved half-sibling. Historians puzzle over the evidence: erased cartouches, mismatched burial masks, mummies hidden behind false walls. Each mystery is another echo of whispered betrayals that outlived flesh and bone. You hover at the threshold of a royal nursery now, where a queen's young daughters chase each other between columns carved with lotus flowers. To the unknowing eye, it's an innocent scene, giggling girls with braids trailing behind them like the tails of playful cats. But you can almost sense the future here, the seeds of rivalry planted early, watered by ambition and fear. A nursemaid hushes them to silence when a high priest passes by, for even the youngest princess knows that eyes and ears are everywhere, eager to snatch up secrets like stray petals in the wind. A fact that often slips past casual history books: royal sisterhood was both armor and dagger. Together, queens and princesses could forge powerful alliances, double marriages binding families tighter than temple rope. But a single rumor, a sideways glance at the wrong feast could unravel decades of careful plotting. And when blood was at stake, even sacred blood mercy was rarely invited to dinner. Imagine you are there, invisible, beside a cool pillar, while two half-sisters exchange gifts: a carved amulet, a string of turquoise beads. Their smiles are soft as silk, their words dipped in honey. But beneath the surface, you can almost hear the unsaid question echoing between them: who will sit closer to the next pharaoh's throne? Who will see her sons, crowned her rivals, entombed beneath a hush of stone and sand? Historians still bicker over how deep these rivalries ran. Some say we overplay them, that Egyptian royal women found more power in unity than division. Others dig up scraps of papyrus hinting at betrayals so intimate they could only have been spun in the quiet dark between sisters who knew each other's every weakness. So as you breathe in the soft perfume of garden lilies and the flicker of torchlight in these painted corridors, carry this with you: power was never just held in crowns and scepters. It lived in whispered words, stolen glances, the shifting balance of trust and envy shared by women who knew their closest companion might be their sharpest blade. Let your eyelids drift half closed, your mind tracing the vine of a family tree where every branch curls back on itself in secrets. Ahead waits a softer scandal, yet poems penned by wandering hands that promise seduction wrapped in ink, verses meant to tease queens into dreams far from their husbands' watchful eyes. Some secrets don't hide behind walls or under jeweled crowns. They slip between lines of ink tucked into scrolls, passed from one trembling hand to another. Tonight, you find yourself peering over the shoulder of a scribe in a moonlit alcove, brush poised above fresh papyrus, as he crafts verses that could ignite scandal with nothing more than suggestion. These are the seduction scroll's soft words that wrapped queens in silkier rumors than any royal robe ever could. Picture this, a hush inside a temple library. Walls lined with baskets of scrolls, each one a whisper of divine law or royal account. Yet somewhere among these sacred decrees lies a poem, a series of lines so decadent, so alive with longing, it might make even the goddess Hathor blush. Some historians argue these verses were never meant for public eyes, that they were private gifts from royal courtesans to queens who craved a thrill too dangerous to breathe aloud. One fragment still survives, a handful of faded lines, hinting at warm-skinned secret gardens, wine-sweet lips under fig trees at dusk. Scholars still squabble over who penned these erotic verses. Were they the work of a love-struck court poet, hoping to win favor, or sly courtesans trained to flatter with every flourish of their reed brush? The ink has blurred with centuries, but the possibility curls through your thoughts like incense in a shadowed shrine. It's a curious fact that ancient Egyptian love poetry was far bolder than many imagine. These were people who carved tenderness into limestone, who wrapped metaphors for kisses and sighs inside images of lotus blossoms and nesting birds. Some scrolls speak of stolen moments beside garden pools, of secret trysts beneath palms while the palace slept. It was scandal disguised as art, carefully folded into metaphors so plausible that a queen could keep the verses close hidden among more respectable prayers to Isis or Hathor. Imagine Cleopatra lounging on a pillowed couch by lamplight, laughing softly as a trusted handmaid recites a new scroll delivered from a distant courtier. The words slip past the flicker of the flame phrases about honeyed mouths, silken thighs, secrets best left behind silk screens. Was it seduction or flattery? Maybe both. Cleopatra understood the power of rumor more than any ruler before her, how a single line of poetry, repeated by the right lips, could shift an entire empire's balance. A lesser-known rumor clings to the tomb of a scribe found near Thebes. Carved into the wall was an unfinished poem, half scratched away, as if the writer thought better of leaving it behind. Some believe it was a secret ode to a queen, perhaps Nefertari, or even an earlier mistress of the throne, too scandalous to risk surviving in stone. Historians still debate whether the incomplete lines mean it was just an abandoned draft or an intentional half-truth, left for curious eyes like yours to find centuries later. Lean closer to the scroll now. Feel the brush glide across rough papyrus. Hear the hush of the scribe's breath, the quick glance over his shoulder as he checks the hallway for spies. This was not merely a poem, it was a gamble, a wager that the right words could win a heart twist, a marriage, or stir a queen to summon a lover behind closed doors. For in Egypt's gilded halls, ink could be more dangerous than any blade. One quirky detail survives in temple gossip. The highest-ranking courtesans were often trained as poets. They knew how to slip suggestion into ritual verses, how to braid worship and desire so tightly together that no priest could pick them apart without risking the queen's displeasure. Some were rumored to leave coded lines in prayer scrolls, hints for which garden gate to open after dark, which corridor would be empty when the lamps burned low. It's a story you can almost see a queen, restless in her perfumed chamber fingers, tracing lines of verse that promise a freedom she can't speak of by day. Outside her window, the moon climbs the sky, while sandals scuff softly across palace stones, her secret visitor guided by a single phrase tucked inside a scroll. Yet as with so much ancient rumor, the truth remains a shadow. Some scholars brush it all aside, calling these tales later inventions a scribe's embellishment to sell more copies of a legend hungry ears wanted to hear. Others cling to every half-burned scrap of papyrus, every stray mention of a forbidden rendezvous, believing the seduction scrolls were real enough to threaten dynasties if read by the wrong eyes. As you drift through this quiet library in your mind, let your thoughts linger on the hidden power of words, on how a single whispered verse can turn a queen's gaze topple a rival, or plant a rumor that outlives even the strongest tomb. Some secrets fade into dust, others live on in ink smudged but unstoppable. Somewhere nearby, a scribe leans back from his table, a sly smile on his lips as he folds a fresh scroll. He knows that by dawn, his words will slip through a guarded doorway, carried in the sleeve of a trusted maid. And once they pass into the queen's hands, they will become more dangerous than any army waiting beyond the palace gates. So rest your head among the baskets of scrolls. Listen for the scratch of reed on papyrus, the soft giggle of a handmaid rehearsing forbidden verses by moonlight. Ahead, more rumors await scandals, buried not in lines of poetry, but in the cold embrace of stone coffins, where lovers sometimes sleep, beside queens they were never meant to touch. There's a hush in the tomb that's heavier than the stone walls pressing down around you. Step softly now past painted pillars and flickering torchlight into chambers where not every body belonged, and not every lover found in death was meant to be remembered. These are the rumors of buried lovers, royal paramours entombed beside queens, who in life had to guard their desires more fiercely than any treasure room. Imagine the scene centuries ago, a funeral procession gliding down the Nile priests, chanting prayers that slip like silk through the desert heat. At the front, a queen's gilded sarcophagus gleams under the sun's relentless eye. But behind the solemn ritual, a quieter secret hides among the linens and lotus garlands, a second coffin, smaller, perhaps unmarked, carried by men who exchange uneasy glances, but dare not ask questions. Some stories drift down from the reign of Cleopatra herself. While history loves to parade her Roman lovers, Caesar, Mark Antony Quieter scrolls hint at men whose names never made it to marble. Whispered tales speak of trusted bodyguards, palace scribes, and musicians whose hands strayed too close to a queen's and never found their way back out again. When Cleopatra's tomb vanished into legend, so too did the chance to know if any hidden paramours slept beside her beneath the shifting sands. One fact scholars still puzzle over in the Valley of the Queens: a few tombs hold puzzling double burials that defy neat explanations. A queen and a man with no royal titles laid side by side, their inscriptions frustratingly vague or defaced beyond recognition. Some insist they were loyal priests or relatives protected by burial near power. Others lean closer to scandal, suggesting a secret lover rewarded in eternity with an illicit closeness no living priest would have allowed. Picture yourself peering into a newly unsealed chamber. The air inside is cool and dry, unbothered by sunlight for thousands of years. Your lantern flickers across walls painted with scenes of eternal feasting, lotus blossoms blooming forever in a painted marsh. But beneath a row of hieroglyphs praising the queen's virtue, two bodies rest side by side, their linen wrappings touching like fingers intertwined beneath the soil. What truth sleeps here? Historians still argue whether these pairings were practical extra room, reused tombs, a pharaoh's pragmatic shortcut, or a testament to affairs that defied the stiff, gold-plated morals of palace life. A curious detail buried deep in temple gossip: when embalmers prepared a queen's body, they followed precise rituals to keep her legacy untarnished. But a hidden lover, wrapped in the same linen-scented chamber, might slip through this ritual net, a final rebellion against the strict rules that suffocated their lives above ground. To hide such a scandal would take bribes paid in heavy gold rings, trusted priests sworn to secrecy, and scribes willing to carve misleading prayers into the tomb's outer walls. Imagine the funeral feast that followed. Courtiers in fine linen pretending not to notice an extra sarcophagus tucked behind pillars of offerings. Musicians playing flutes to drown the whispers of servants who knew exactly who lay beside the queen, though their lips would seal the moment the burial sand covered the door. Scholars still dig through these rumors like jackals nosing through desert scraps. Some dismiss the buried lovers as bedtime tales for bored tomb builders. Others collect every hint, odd inscriptions, missing titles, paintings of queens with anonymous men who appear nowhere else, patching them into stories that keep you half awake long after the oil lamp flickers out. One story lingers on your thoughts: the tomb of a lesser-known queen whose burial mask bears two pairs of eyes painted side by side, hers clear and regal, the other smaller, softer, almost hidden in the lacquer's glow. Some say this was a symbol of her eternal companionship with a trusted eunuch or lover, a final middle finger to the priests who would have never allowed such closeness in life. The mask sits in a museum now, its paint flaking under artificial light, but the rumor hums beneath the glass. There's something gently rebellious about it, isn't there? A reminder that not every affair was snuffed out by the hiss of palace gossip or the blade of a vengeful rival. Some loves slip past guards, hidden behind silk curtains and coded lines of poetry, and when the last breath left their lungs, they found each other again, under tons of stone, wrapped so tight in secrecy that only the careful scratch of an archaeologist's brush could wake them. You stand now at the threshold of a tomb that may never exist, a secret chamber dreamed up by scribes who knew a good rumor was worth more than truth itself. Maybe somewhere buried deep beneath shifting dunes, Cleopatra does rest beside a man whose name was scrubbed from history before the ink dried. Or maybe the story lives only in our desire to find romance buried under scandal, a reminder that even queens divine untouchable craved a warm hand in the dark. So let your thoughts settle like desert dust over painted coffins and faint inscriptions. Imagine linen-wrapped lovers dreaming side by side under flickering torchlight, their secrets safer than any royal vault could ever promise. Ahead, more shadows wait, priestesses wielding power behind temple doors, pulling strings that made even queens bow their heads in hush-hush obedience. Sleep lightly rumors this old tend to stir when you least expect it. Some secrets slither not through palace halls, but along temple corridors wrapped in incense smoke and the rustle of linen robes. Tonight you slip from the royal tombs and follow a quieter trail, one that leads into the hush of sanctuaries where priestesses whispered prayers to the gods, and sometimes to pharaohs themselves. Welcome to the realm of the priestess plot, where Egypt's holy women shaped royal marriages, steered alliances, and hid scandals behind sacred doors. Picture a temple at dawn, white stone gleaming under the first brush of sun, the air thick with the scent of burning myrrh and crushed lotus petals. Inside, rows of priestesses move barefoot across cool flagstones, heads bowed beneath towering columns, painted in sky blues and sun-drenched golds. To the common eye, they are humble servants of the gods, keepers of chants and ritual purity. But lean closer, past the hush of hymns, and you'll find quiet conspiracies blooming like papyrus in the marshes. One fact is hard to deny priestesses, especially those serving Hathor and Isis, held more sway over royal unions than any court vizier ever admitted. When a pharaoh chose a queen, or when a queen chose her next move, it was often the temple women who arranged the omens, read the dreams, or whispered which goddess approved. Some say their blessings were bribes, in disguise, traded for gold influence or protection for their own families behind palace walls. Historians still bicker about just how deep this influence ran. Was it subtle spiritual counsel, gentle nudges toward the right match, the right heir, or something sharper, a hidden hand guiding dynasties with a tilt of a bronze mirror and a softly murmured prayer? The truth, like so much in Egypt's shadowed corners, is part fact, part rumor wrapped in layers of hush. You drift into an inner chamber, now a place forbidden to all but a chosen circle of priestesses. The walls here breathe centuries of secrets. Faded murals show women crowned with cow horns and sun discs, cradling sistrums that once rattled to wake the gods from their slumber. But listen beyond the painted hymns. You might hear the softer sound of plans being laid out like linen before an altar. A lesser-known detail plucked from half-buried ostraca, when a young queen's position teetered, it was often the priestesses who performed the private rites to strengthen her womb, ensure an heir, or bless her union when the pharaoh's eyes began to wander. Some scrolls hint they were midwives and matchmakers, in one trusted to guard the queen's secrets and silence any scandal before it slipped past the temple gates. And sometimes the hush wasn't enough. A fragment from the Temple of Karnak teases at a scandal hidden for centuries, a high priestess accused of conspiring with a queen to poison a rival wife's chance at producing an heir. No trial record survives, only an incomplete prayer, scratched into a sandstone block, begging the goddess to bind the tongue of she who whispers. Historians still squint at this, arguing if it's literal evidence of a plot or a ritual metaphor for gossip best silenced before it spread like desert fire. Imagine the power in this hidden network. A young priestess, barely more than a girl, trusted with carrying coded messages from temple to palace. Older women, weathered by decades of chants and secrets, guiding queens on which offerings to make, which dreams to heed, which rival to outmaneuver. A slip of advice here, a vial of blessed oil there. And suddenly, a queen's bed is no longer barren. A rival's influence fades like morning mist. One rumor winds its way into your mind like a snake through reeds. Some priestesses were rumored to be the secret mothers of royal bastards, hidden children raised as wards of the temple until needed for some quiet political game. Truth or tale, the line is thin as a reed brush stroke, but the image lingers, a queen standing beside an altar, pretending not to see the resemblance between her husband's latest blessed servant and the rival priestess standing smugly by the incense burner. Soft sandals shuffle past your shoulder. Imagine the priestess slipping from shadows to kneel before the queen, murmuring the next step. A secret potion to sway a hesitant pharaoh. A blessing spoken so only the flickering oil lamp can bear witness. And when dawn comes, the queen rises, renewed her power, subtly stitched stronger by hands never seen in the grand throne room. It's comforting, in an odd way, to know that even the gods needed help from mortals who knew how to pull strings without ever picking up a scepter. And perhaps it's no surprise that some priestesses outlived the queens they served, retreating back into temple shadows with their rumors tucked safely under layers of linen and honeyed chants. Historians still quarrel over whether this influence was overstated by foreign scribes, scandalized by women wielding unseen power. Were these priestesses true conspirators, or simply convenient scapegoats for royal failures, better blamed on shadows than on flawed pharaohs? The truth, like the scent of burning resin, slips through fingers as easily as it curls around your drowsy mind. So lean closer to the altar now. Feel the cool stone under your palm. Hear the rattle of a sistrum waking the dawn. Somewhere behind you, a queen breathes easier because of a priestess's promise. And somewhere beyond the temple gates, another rival queen worries the same priestess will slip a different blessing beneath another's pillow tomorrow. Secrets guarded by women whose power wore no crown, only the soft glow of oil lamps and the hush of prayers never meant for mortal ears. Ahead lies a rumor, even subtler perfumes brewed not just for beauty, but for murder scandals sealed in a vial no guard could suspect. Close your eyes. Inhale the incense. The next whisper is already waiting. Sometimes the deadliest blade in a queen's chamber came not in the shape of a dagger, but in the swirl of perfume drifting from an alabaster jar. Tonight, you drift through a royal dressing room, heavy with scented oils, baskets of rose petals, and secrets pressed into vials small enough to slip past any guard. This is where poison in perfume dances with rumor, where a single drop could topple a rival as easily as any blade drawn in anger. Picture the scene, a marble basin brimming with fragrant water. Petals of blue lotus drift lazily on the surface, while a royal handmaiden crushes myrrh and cinnamon bark with a pestle carved from ivory. The queen reclines nearby wrist, extended, testing each new scent dabbed on her pulse point. But beneath the sweet haze lurks the hushed knowledge that not every perfume soothed. Some stung. Some slipped past painted lips and left only silence in their wake. It's a fact historians like to debate under flickering museum lights. Egyptian queens were masters of scents. Their private apothecaries mixed oils for allure and ritual. But rumor has always clung to the idea that they mixed other darker ingredients too. Henbane, hemlock, small doses of nightshade folded into ointments meant to brush a rival's skin at just the right moment. Some ancient scrolls hint that Cleopatra herself studied poisons alongside her famed cosmetic recipes. Did she craft deadly concoctions between her coal jars and rose attars? Or was that the invention of Roman biographers desperate to smear her name in ink as thick as the oils she wore? There's one curious detail that gives pause in tombs unearthed near Thebes. Archaeologists found tiny alabaster jars, sealed so tightly their contents remained scented for centuries. Some vials tested positive for perfume recipes the priests carefully recorded. But other residues, faint, almost undetectable, hinted at compounds far too bitter to wear as fragrance. Some scholars dismiss this as contamination. Others lean closer, suggesting these hidden poisons were meant to flow unnoticed onto a neck, a lover's collar, the rim of a goblet handed over during a festival dance. Step closer to this imagined dressing room. See the wooden chests overflowing with oils from far-off lands, frankincense from Punt Cedar, from Lebanon, rare spices traded along dusty caravan routes that slipped through city gates at dusk. A trusted servant blends them by lamplight, careful to mask any stray whiff of something too sharp. Behind her, the queen tests each new vial, her eyes fixed on the reflection in her polished bronze mirror. Does she smile knowing her rivals envy her scent or fear it? Historians still squabble over a fragment found in an old papyrus scroll, a cryptic recipe warning that 3 drops for the skin, 4 for the tongue, and none shall speak the truth again. Some say it's just a ritual riddle, a charm against gossip. Others wonder if it's a coded reminder to temple perfumers that scent could silence more than sweat. One rumor survives like a faint trace on the air. A royal mistress fell suddenly ill during a feast, her wine tasting faintly of garden herbs she never requested. Days later, her sister, favored by the queen, was gifted that same vial praised for its delicate rose base. She wore it daily until the scandal faded into court shadows. No official record pins blame on the oil or the queen who gifted it. But palace servants whispered about the scent that killed, passing the tale down like a bedtime caution no history book could ever quite erase. A small, overlooked fact still perfumes this rumor. In royal workshops, skilled perfumers guarded their recipes fiercely, recipes that doubled as coded instructions. A drop more here, a dash less there, and a potion for seduction might become a dose for silence. Even the scribes recording these blends sometimes left gaps in the ingredient lists, missing lines to keep dangerous knowledge from drifting into the wrong hands. Imagine yourself here now, a hidden observer behind a carved wooden screen. You watch as the queen lifts a delicate jar, sniffs its mouth, and nods to her handmaiden. Perhaps it's just to freshen the linen sheets for her next audience. Or perhaps it's something more cunning, a plan sealed with a scented kiss and brushed on the skin of a rival who will not rise with the sun. Soft laughter echoes through the corridor as another handmaiden steps forward, carrying a bronze tray of pomegranate wine. A single slip of the wrist, a whisper in the ear, and the scent that sweetens a lover's touch tonight becomes the whisper that stills her forever by morning. Historians argue whether this is all the fevered invention of scandal-starved Roman chroniclers, stories spun to paint Egyptian queens as seductresses and sorceresses in equal measure. Yet the empty jars, found in buried dressing tables, and the half-burned recipes tucked between hymns and prayers say otherwise, that these women knew scent was power, and power when pressed too close could smother more than scandal. As you stand here, you can almost feel the weight of a secret vial in your palm, cool stone, warm with the pulse of your skin. The room smells sweet as life and sharp as death, a contradiction hidden in plain sight. Tonight, that contradiction lingers in your breath like an unspoken promise. So breathe deeply. Let the perfume carry you onward, past soft curtains, fluttering in desert wind, into the next chamber, where queens shed more than disguises, where secrets wore new faces to keep a reign untouchable by rumor or revenge. Ahead, the story shifts to one queen whose life was a costume itself, a ruler who turned scandal away by wearing a king's beard, rewriting what power could look like if you were bold enough to paint it on your own skin. Power often comes dressed in a disguise. Tonight, you follow the soft echo of sandals through a palace hallway, where incense curls around stone pillars carrying the faint scent of cedar and desert wind. Here walks a queen who learned that sometimes the only way to silence scandal was to wear its mask so well that no one dared to question what lay beneath. This is Hatshepsut's story, a ruler who turned whispers into crowns and rumors into a royal beard. Picture a courtyard just after dawn. The sandstone walls glow pink under the first sweep of sun. Servants sweep the flagstones clean of last night's secrets, while priests hum low prayers to wake the gods. At the center stands Hatshepsut, daughter of a king, widow of a king, mother of a king-to-be. But in a world where the word pharaoh was stitched into the skin of men, she chose to stitch it onto her own. One stubborn fact stands clear through the centuries: Hatshepsut ruled as king, not queen. She donned the false beard, the Nemes headcloth, the crook, and flail of a pharaoh. Her statues show her broad-shouldered striding forward in poses carved for men since the first mastabas rose from the Nile's banks. Historians still argue whether this disguise was defiance necessity or brilliance hidden in plain sight. Some claim it soothed the priests, who might otherwise have stirred a scandal about a woman ruling alone. Others insist it was her own quiet dare, a reminder that power can wear any face it chooses if the mask is convincing enough. You stand now in her audience chamber, where foreign envoys bow so low their foreheads press the polished stone. To them, the figure on the golden throne is no queen tucked behind a king's shadow. She is the king, the living Horus in human form. A whisper might slip between scribes' lips. Is this proper? Is this sacred? But the walls swallow the rumor whole. In the silence, the disguise becomes truth. A curious, often overlooked detail, Hatshepsut did not erase her womanhood. She let it breathe in temple reliefs, showing her soft cheeks, delicate limbs, and the faint curves no linen robe could hide. One moment, she was a king carved in stone with a jutting beard. The next, she was a woman anointing the gods with myrrh. It was scandal and sanctity knotted together so tightly that no courtier dared untangle it. One rumor drifts through the painted corridors. Some say Hatshepsut's disguises were not just political, but personal, that she used them to shield more intimate secrets. Did she have lovers tucked away behind temple screens? Did she share power with trusted eunuchs who guarded her stories as fiercely as they guarded her chambers? Some fragments of temple graffiti hint at quiet liaisons, figures scratched beside her cartouche figures whose names never made it onto official papyrus. Historians squint at these stray marks, debating whether they are truth or idle scribbles from bored workers who loved a good palace rumor as much as you do tonight. You find yourself now in the shadowed halls of Deir el-Bahri, her mortuary temple carved straight from the cliffs, a statement in stone that dares the desert wind to erase it. Here reliefs show her divine birth, painted gods cradling her like a secret they chose to share with mortals. Yet buried behind the grandeur is the quiet scandal that made her reign so radical to keep power. She did not conquer enemies with armies alone, but with illusions no sword could cut down. A sly fact slides into the story, like a reed slip under a door, when her stepson, Thutmose III, finally took sole rule. He tried to carve her name from history's walls. Chisels bit into limestone, scraping away the beard she wore so boldly, hammering her statues to rubble in temple courtyards. And yet, the disguise lingered in dust and broken reliefs, her missing face a sharper memory than 1,000 intact names. Historians still lean over these defaced stones, fingers tracing the erasures, debating if this purge was revenge embarrassment or a tidy way to sweep an inconvenient truth under the desert rug. They argue whether Thutmose despised his stepmother's audacity or simply feared her mask might haunt his own claim to a throne once worn so well by a woman in king's robes. You stand at the foot of her obelisks, now your fingers brushing inscriptions that reach higher than any rumor ever could. One is cracked the gold once capping its tip, long stolen by winds and tomb robbers. But the words beneath remain stubborn hieroglyphs, singing of a ruler who was foremost of noble ladies, daughter of Amun, perfect god ruler of the two lands. Titles that contradict themselves and yet stand side by side like the king she became by sheer force of will. If you listen close enough, closer than the hush of desert wind slipping through broken stone, you might hear her soft laugh. Maybe she'd lean from her high throne to remind you that every disguise is just a story, a trick played on rumor itself. Wear it well enough, and even the sharpest gossip dulls against its edges. It's oddly comforting to think that scandal can be outwitted not by swords or poison, but by a clever costume and the unwavering calm to wear it every day under the scorching sun. And maybe that's why her temple still rises from the cliffs, like a question chiseled in sandstone. Can power ever be truly hidden if it's carved so boldly in plain sight? Let your eyes drift shut here at Deir el-Bahri, where the echo of chisels and whispered rumors hums like a desert breeze. Ahead, the next rumor waits, with a rustle of silk and the hush of guards men trusted to protect a queen's secrets, yet always tempted to trade them for power sharper than any blade. Rest easy. The mask still fits. A queen's secrets rarely slept alone, especially when guarded by men who surrendered more than just their voices to the palace walls. Tonight, you slip into the shadowed hallways, patrolled by Egypt's eunuch guards, men who watch the silk-draped chambers of queens who stood between rumor and reality, yet sometimes found themselves tempted by the very whispers they were paid to silence. Picture a torch-lit passage behind a royal harem. Cool air slides along stone floors, polished smooth by centuries of careful steps. Here stand the eunuchs, clean-shaven eyes, sharp ears sharper. To the world outside, they were seen as trustworthy keepers of the royal women's privacy, stripped of any threat to royal bloodlines. But inside these guarded walls, their loyalty could bend like a reed in the Nile's current. One fact survives the sand and scrolls: eunuchs were more than just mute shadows at the queen's side. They were tutors, messengers, spies, who carried secrets from bedchambers to throne rooms. Their silence was currency, their presence a constant reminder that even the most private whisper might have an audience standing inches away, pretending not to hear, but listening all the same. Imagine drifting past them now. One leans against a marble pillar, arms folded, eyes flicking from a half-closed curtain to the flicker of a lamp in the queen's chamber. What does he hear tonight? A soft laugh behind silk drapes the clink of wine goblets, a lover's name murmured into a pillow. To guard such secrets is a power in itself, and power, as history knows too well, has a way of breeding ambition. Some historians argue that eunuchs betrayed their queens more than any rival sister or scheming priestess ever did. Scrolls speak of bribes, gold slipped under sashes, promises of promotion from a power-hungry vizier eager for palace gossip that could topple a favorite or shame a rival into silence. One forgotten scribe wrote of a eunuch who traded the details of a queen's clandestine affair to a foreign envoy, just enough to shift the balance of a fragile alliance. Yet another curious detail softens this harsh rumor. Some eunuchs were fiercely loyal men who rose from servants' birth to wield unexpected power as gatekeepers of the palace's most guarded chambers. In the time of Hatshepsut, it's said one trusted eunuch commanded such respect that foreign envoys bent their heads to him as if to the queen herself. A rumor lingers that he turned down every bribe, preferring the quiet control that came from knowing secrets no one else dared speak aloud. Picture a courtyard at dusk moonlight painting the walls in pale silver. A queen's retinue gathers for an evening procession, musicians plucking lyres, handmaidens bearing perfume jars, scribes ready with scrolls, and at the edge of it all, the eunuchs stand, like living statues, faces, calm eyes darting to every gesture, every hush, between words that could blossom into scandal if repeated to the right ears. One fragment of temple graffiti scratches at the edges of truth, an image of a eunuch drawn beside a queen's cartouche. The the two figures so close their outlines almost merge. Was it a sign of forbidden affection, a bond stronger than official record could allow? Or merely the idle doodle of a palace worker amusing himself during a tedious vigil? Scholars still argue some see betrayal, others loyalty deep enough to defy the lonely corridors of history's hush. Step deeper now into the private quarters where these guards kept watch. Imagine a late night, a queen's sandals abandoned beside a cedar bed, silken sheets tangled after secret negotiations that had nothing to do with statecraft and everything to do with desire. Beyond the carved doorway stands a eunuch, eyes fixed on the dark corridor ahead, pretending not to hear the murmurs behind him, yet memorizing every word for the day he might need them. The hush of these corridors hums with contradiction. Eunuchs were trusted because they were thought to be safe stripped of heirs, stripped of ambition, or so the pharaohs liked to think. But history loves to prove power finds a crack, and rumor loves to slip through even the tightest bolt on a palace door. Historians still squabble over how many queens fell, because a trusted guard whispered the wrong truth into the right ear. Some records accuse eunuchs of forging letters, stealing royal seals, passing along poison disguised as a gift from one queen to another. Yet woven among the betrayals are stories of sacrifice to eunuchs who gave up their lives shielding the women they served from assassins or conspirators lurking in palace gardens at dusk. A single, overlooked fact flickers in your mind, like the lamp by the guard's feet in ancient Egypt. Some eunuchs were buried with honors near royal tombs, their names carved in stone alongside blessings meant for the afterlife, a rare privilege for men who in life hovered forever in the shadows of silk screens and painted columns. So stand with them now, unseen in a hallway that smells faintly of lotus oil and burning rushlights. Feel the chill of the marble under your feet, the weight of secrets pressed into stone walls that have heard more confessions than any scribe could ever record. The guard's sandals shift leather, creaking softly. They lean closer, catching the edge of a rumor they might sell or guard with their last breath. Tomorrow, the sun will rise over this palace as if nothing ever happened. The queens will slip on their gold and coal. The scribes will write only what they're told to write. But tonight, the eunuchs stand watch at the heart of the hush, holding 1,000 whispered scandals just out of reach, yet always close enough to touch. Ahead, secrets wait in colder chambers, still mummies wrapped tight in linen that could hide far more than the soft decay of royal flesh. They hide truths embalmed in resin confessions that seep through centuries if you dare to listen while you drift half asleep on the edge of history's oldest hush. Sleep softly, the guards are still awake. Step carefully now, past the flicker of rushlights and the soft shuffle of sandals into chambers colder than any palace hall. Hear secrets where linen and resin sealed tight beneath layers of ritual that promised immortality, yet sometimes betrayed truths too scandalous for the living to bear. Tonight, you stand among the mummified secrets of queens, bodies meant to rest in divine silence, yet still murmuring gossip through brittle bandages and jars of ancient balm. Picture a chamber deep within a royal tomb. The air is cool, dry as powdered stone. Shelves line the walls, crowded with alabaster canopic jars, tiny guardians of the parts, too sacred or too dangerous to leave inside the corpse. A single oil lamp gutters on a ledge, its flame dancing shadows over painted figures. A queen offered to Osiris, arms crossed over her chest, eyes lined with black coal that once hid more than just sleepless nights. One fact scholars love to brush away dust to find the process of mummification was not only practical, but political. Embalmers were not merely morticians. They were keepers of secrets, wielders of small, sharp knives that cut deeper than rumor. They knew which wounds to stitch shut, which marks to erase. A careless slip of the blade could expose a hidden birthmark. A knife wound never reported a sign of poison that scribes would have sworn was fever. Imagine standing near an embalmer's wooden table. The queen lies before you, her skin scrubbed with palm wine, her body ready for eternity. But in the quiet of this chamber, under the hush of incense and the steady scrape of bronze tools, whispers slide like wind between the linen strips. Did she die naturally? Or did a cup of sweetened wine, laced with a rival's envy, still linger in her throat, even as her tongue was cut free for burial rites? Some mummies tell these stories, despite every priest's careful prayers. X-rays taken in modern labs show fractures hidden under layers of resin chemical traces, hinting at toxins foreign to the desert's gentle plagues. One queen found in a side chamber near Luxor bore a neck twisted at an angle no pillow could explain. Scholars argue over her end, an accident, an execution, or a quiet household scandal covered up by embalming sheets, scented with myrrh and secrecy. A detail overlooked in tour guides, but whispered among Egyptologists late at night, embalmers were sometimes paid to misdirect. A rival family might bribe them to swap names on a coffin lid, to bury a queen's lover in a false chamber, to seal up a second sarcophagus behind a wall meant to stay hidden. Imagine the power in those calloused hands, one slip of the chisel, one name chipped away, and a scandal sleeps undisturbed for thousands of years. Lean closer to a canopic jar, its surface still smooth as an old river stone. Inside rests a piece of the queen's liver, her lungs, her heart, maybe each organ washed and anointed with prayers and secrets alike. Some embalmers carved tiny curses into the wax seals, quiet warnings to any grave robber or gossip hunter who might try to lift the lid too soon. Turn away or share her silence. Some jars were found with spells scratched inside the clay ink that refused to fade even as the flesh it guarded turned to dust. You stand now at the foot of a sarcophagus, cool stone pressing against your palm. The hieroglyphs praise the queen's virtue, her beauty, her rightful place among the stars. But just beyond the carved flowers and falcons, there might be another story, one painted over, one hurriedly recut by a priest who knew too much about her midnight visitors. Her quiet bribes, her soft threats whispered behind scented screens. One rumor still curls through the corridors of the Valley of the Queens, that a royal embalmer once hid a lover's ring inside a queen's chest cavity. A final token slipped beneath her ribs so that no husband, no priest, no rival sister could claim her whole in the afterlife. No scroll confirms it. No tomb inscription brags about it. But every time a new mummy is unwrapped beneath fluorescent lab lights, you can almost see the scientists holding their breath, hoping for a glint of gold where none should be. Historians still debate whether embalming was a safeguard against scandal or a vessel for it. Did the layers of linen smother the whispers of forbidden children, murdered rivals, quiet poisonings that left no witness behind? Or did the process only trap these truths tighter, like secrets bound up in resin, waiting to outlast kings and conquerors alike? Let your thoughts drift among the jars and bandages. Imagine the hush of temple corridors, the cold touch of resin brushed on skin that once stirred palace walls with rumors. Somewhere beneath these layers, a queen's secrets sleep in the crook of her arm, sealed by salt and prayers, but never quite silenced. And as you turn from this chamber of shadows Hear the faint rustle of linen behind you, a reminder that even the dead cannot keep every whisper buried. Ahead, curses carved into tomb doors wait to tell you how families turned betrayal into stone warnings meant to outlive both rumor and revenge. Breathe deep. Let the incense sting your dreams. The next rumor is etched deeper than any cut of the embalmer's blade. Step from the embalmer's hush into the deeper dark, where secrets are carved, not in flesh or linen, but in stone, meant to last until the sun itself flickers out. Tonight, you stand before tomb walls that whisper louder than any palace corridor ever dared. These are the curses carved deep inscriptions that guarded queens against betrayal in life and shamed traitors in death. Picture a passageway beneath layers of limestone and shifting sand. Your oil lamp casts shadows that dance across walls painted with lilies and lotus blooms, symbols of rebirth and fragile beauty. But crouch lower, and you'll see what the official murals try to hide: tiny lines of hieroglyphs tucked between flower petals and falcon wings. Warnings, promises, threats in elegant curves of ink and chisel. One fact drifts through the chambers of every necropolis: the ancient Egyptians did not believe death ended scandal. Betrayal could slip through the afterlife just as it slipped through palace doors. So queens, who'd spent their reigns dodging whispers, poisoning rivals with perfume, or bargaining with priestesses, left curses behind layers of protection to seal their stories where no mortal tongue could twist them again. Historians still argue whether these tomb curses were serious threats or poetic theater. Some say they were ritual drama lines that meant nothing but added weight to the silence. Others swear they were deadly promises bound in stone and spell designed to rot the bones of any gossip who dared to pry. Imagine your fingers tracing a rough line of glyphs at ankle height. This one reads like a sigh: "May the one who speaks my name in deceit have his tongue fed to the devourer." A soft threat, but clear enough. Speak lies about the queen entombed here, and your words will twist back, turning venomous in your own mouth. A quirky detail, often buried in the scholarly footnotes: some curses were deeply personal, tailored to family feuds that never died with the last breath. In the tomb of an 18th dynasty queen, a section of wall bears an unusual command. She named her half-sister directly in the spell, forbidding the rival's children from offering funerary prayers at her door. Historians bicker over whether the half-sister stole a lover and heir, or merely dared to challenge a coronation. The stone doesn't say. But the warning is clear enough: keep your prayers and your pity. You forfeited your right the moment you crossed the threshold of loyalty. Now, drift further in to a hidden burial chamber where the air feels colder than the desert outside. Here, amid the painted columns of deities holding ankhs and lilies, you spot another curse, this one far subtler. A row of birds and reeds winds along the ceiling like a decorative band, but read it closely and you find a buried line: "Let he who carves my name away be carved from the breath of Ra." A sly warning for the chisels of jealous kings and vengeful stepsons. Hatshepsut's temple whispers with just such threats, threats that failed to stop the hammer but linger anyway in every scratch left behind. A curious fact that makes the scholars lean in closer each time: some curses weren't threats of physical harm, but of total oblivion. To an Egyptian queen, a second death being forgotten was worse than any poison or dagger. One wall near Luxor bears a chilling promise: may the heart forget the name, the tongue grow dumb to speak it, the stars fail to spell it. For queens who built entire temples to keep their names alive, This was the sharpest blade of all. Now imagine a lone tomb robber, centuries later, torch flickering against painted stone. He hesitates at the threshold, staring at curses carved deep as any rumor he might carry back to the village. Some turned away, tales say, spooked by dreams of a queen's ghost pressing cold fingers to their throat. Others ignored the warnings, only to vanish into the dunes, their names left off every scroll, as if the curse carved itself into history's spine to erase them. Historians love to debate how real these vanishings were. Maybe just village legends to keep kids from sneaking into forbidden tombs. Or maybe a few secrets stayed sharp enough to bite the careless, long after the last torch guttered out. Step back now, your hand brushing the stone that hums with 1,000 silenced tongues. Think of all the names chipped away by hammer and chisel queens, whose power survived the gossip of priests, but fell to the scandal of politics. A curse could slow a traitor's blade, but not always stop it. Yet here you are, thousands of years later, whispering these names back to life with every breath. It's strangely comforting, these curses that failed to bury rumor, but succeeded in binding it to the walls. Even the scribes who erased names left behind clues for us to find half-scraped faces, ghost letters clinging to painted gods, tiny prayers tucked behind lotus petals like secrets pressed in a lover's letter. So lean closer. Read the faint scratch marks left by hands gone to dust. Imagine the queen's voice curling from the hieroglyphs. Keep my story straight or pay the price. A promise, a threat, a final rumor wrapped in stone. Ahead waits a chamber softer than curses, yet just as sharp, where queens designed their afterlife not to escape scandal, but to keep gossip swirling long after their flesh turned to gold. A scandal so carefully staged it might outwit even the devourer they feared. Rest your palm on the cool stone. The next rumor breathes just beyond this door. Beyond the curses carved in stone, a deeper rumor flickers in the shadows, one that no tomb robber's torch could smother, no hammer could chip away. Tonight you stand at the threshold of a chamber where queens plan not just their deaths, but their gossip's afterlife. This is where scandal in the afterlife was carved as carefully as any jewel, where Egypt's most powerful women outwitted time by making sure their secrets whispered forever. Picture the burial chamber of a queen who knew how to wield rumor like a scepter. The walls shimmer under your flickering oil lamp murals, painted with gods guiding her spirit toward the field of reeds, paradise for the righteous. But look closer at the painted figures, and you'll see more than holy scenes. Tucked in the corner, behind a lotus bloom or a falcon's wing, linger hints of the queen's enemies, faces painted with subtle twists, inscriptions that if read backward or upside down hint at those who betrayed her. One fact hums in every scroll and fragment. Egyptian queens took no chances when it came to legacy. They knew that power faded, but scandal lived on, carried by scribes, servants' gossips, even the desert wind. So some buried themselves with stories designed to outlast every hammer and chisel. One rumor claims Cleopatra's lost tomb was filled with coded symbols, mocking Rome's hunger for her downfall. Some scholars scoff, calling it romantic nonsense. Others lean over faded inscriptions, fingers tracing lines they swear bend toward irony, lotus petals arranged in pairs that spell secrets only priestesses could read. Imagine the hush of a burial procession sliding across the Nile. Papyrus boats drift beside the queen's golden barge. Priests chant prayers for eternal life. But beneath the hymns, you can almost hear the soft scratch of a scribe's brush, adding a line to the tomb's inner walls, that no priest will mention at the feast afterward, a quiet scandal tucked in plain sight, promising that any rival who steps too close will find their name knotted forever to the queen's legend. A lesser-known detail lingers like perfume in this dark. Some queens ordered decoy chambers to confuse both thieves and gossip-hungry priests. An outer room filled with official carvings, all virtue and golden hymns. A hidden corridor painted in secrecy inside a scandalous confession etched for eternity. Did it matter if no mortal eyes saw it for centuries? Not to a queen who knew the afterlife was just another court, its rumors drifting like incense between the stars. Lean closer to the painted wall. Now see a figure that looks like a humble servant. But his name, if you read the glyphs backward, matches a rumored lover. Was he buried nearby, under a false name, a linen-wrapped secret to keep her company forever? Some modern Egyptologists grin at this idea over coffee-stained field notes, half laughing, half hoping they'll find proof in a sealed niche tomorrow. Historians still argue whether these scandal-wrapped tombs were clever art or pure myth spun by foreign scribes to spice up dull court records. But every time they unseal a new chamber, they find oddities, unfinished inscriptions, erased faces, half-rewritten curses that make no sense unless you suspect someone wanted you to keep guessing. One curious fragment, hidden behind a sandstone block in the Valley of the Queens, fuels late-night debates among dusty scholars. It reads, "Speak not my secrets, and my spirit is yours. Speak them loud, and I own your name." A threat, a promise, or just a bored tomb painter's prank? No one agrees, but you can almost hear the queen laughing in the flicker of your oil lamp. Imagine her spirit drifting through these murals, passing painted guardians with lion heads and crocodile tails. She watches the living puzzle over every rumor she left behind, priests who thought they erased her scholars, who think they uncovered her storytellers, who slip her scandals into bedtime whispers like this one. And she smiles, because scandal in the afterlife is power no chisels can scrape away. One more overlooked fact clings to this rumor, like desert dust to linen. Some queens ordered their tomb curses to spare gossip, but punish false gossip. A sly twist, go ahead. Tell my secrets. The stone seems to say, just get them right, or pay in sleepless nights for eternity. Stand now in the quiet heart of this chamber. Press your palm to the cool plaster. Feel the hush vibrating through paint and stone. Somewhere beyond this wall, the Nile still slides past temples that once echoed with these same stories. In the distance, wind rattles palm fronds like a scribe's brush on fresh papyrus. Whispers carry far here. They always have. So listen for a heartbeat under the sand, a rumor older than the painted gods above your head. Let it slip under your eyelids as you drift. Ahead waits the final echo, a last soft reminder that even today, these whispers shape how the world dreams of Egypt's queens. A legacy built not just on crowns and thrones, but on rumor that never dies. Sleep easy. Her secrets are still safe, for now. So here you are at the final chamber, where rumor becomes relic and scandal curls like incense into legend. You stand beneath the carved lintel of a tomb door, long shut to the sun, breathing the same dry air that once wrapped around queens who knew how to wield secrets sharper than any royal blade. Tonight, in the hush between heartbeats, we linger in the legacy of whispers, the ghost threads tying Egypt's hidden scandals to our restless dreams. Picture it. The sand shift outside dunes ripple under a desert moon, but down here, the air is still as a priest's prayer. Walls painted with stories flicker under your imaginary torch. Gods weighing hearts against feathers, queens offering lotus blossoms to statues that never blink. Yet behind every hymn carved in stone hums the rumor that these perfect images are masks, thin layers hiding half-told truths that refuse to sleep. One stubborn fact ties every rumor together. Ancient Egypt's allure didn't survive 3,000 years because its pharaohs were flawless. It endures because they were human, flawed cunning, brilliant women and men who spun scandal into gold and rumor into power. They left behind palaces that crumbled tombs, that cracked under pickaxes, scrolls that rotted to dust, yet their whispered secrets cling to every painted wall we dare to light with a flickering torch. Take Cleopatra's pearl, dissolved in vinegar, a story so decadent that historians still bicker over whether it's fact or a dinner party fable invented by Roman gossips jealous of her power. Or Hatshepsut's beard, a disguise so audacious it fooled an empire until her stepson's hammer tried unsuccessfully to erase her from eternity. Nefertiti's vanishing act, a rumor disguised as a mystery, feeding 1,000 bedtime arguments over whether she fled, ruled in secret, or sleeps in an undiscovered tomb. A detail often overlooked, our fascination is their scandal living on. Every museum display behind glass, every documentary voiceover, whispering about the seductive queen or the poison in the jar keeps these women alive, long past the sands that swallowed their kingdoms. Historians might lecture about trade routes and architecture, but it's the whispered possibility of a secret lover, a hidden betrayal, a midnight plot. These are the spices that flavor history, sweet enough for sleepless minds. Imagine drifting now past the Valley of the Queens under a velvet sky. A breeze carries the hush of ancient prayers still echoing through broken tomb doors. Maybe you catch the faintest scent of rose oil, a whisper of myrrh, the ghostly trace of the same perfume rumored to have carried poison from one silk sleeve to another. Scholars keep dusting old scrolls, peering into X-rays of mummies, arguing over faint traces of toxins and half-finished curses. They'll never agree because the queens wrote it that way. They carved their secrets into the shadows between words, knowing that scandal is immortal if you bury it well enough to tempt every generation to dig it up again. One soft fact holds steady, like the Nile under moonlight. Every rumor we chase keeps these queens exactly where they wanted to be. Half goddess, half woman, fully unforgettable. They are our lullaby of gossip, our bedtime conspirators, our shared permission to wonder what truly happened behind the palace veils. So stand here one last time, listening to secrets the dunes refuse to bury. Let the torchlight fade as echoes slip through your mind. When you wake footsteps, linger soft shadows crossing silk and stone. Whispers stay alive, hidden behind palace doors, waiting to breathe again. And so the whispers of the great queens linger etched in stone and starlight. But their stories are only half of the secret. For a queen's greatest fear, her sharpest rivalry, often came not from a brother on a distant throne, but from the silken whispers in her own husband's bedchamber. To understand the fury of a jealous queen, we must now follow the scent of myrrh and stolen glances down quieter hallways. Let's slip past the royal guards behind the throne itself into the hidden world of the pharaoh's other women, the concubines and confidants whose names were never carved on temple walls, but whose influence was a secret ink that could rewrite a dynasty. Their story begins with a soft footstep in a candlelit passageway. Soft footsteps in candlelit passageways. A carved ivory comb slipped beneath silk sheets. Why did pharaohs hide these lovers so well and bury them even better? Who were these shadows in the palace, clothed in linen and rumor? And how did their stories survive under stone and sand for millennia? You slip behind the carved cedar doors of a pharaoh's private hall, stepping past golden anklets and the faint smell of imported incense. Here behind the throne, the real power plays out far from the court scribes' careful scrolls. While grand viziers and royal architects claim the chronicles, the concubines, those unrecorded confidants, wove themselves into the soft fabric of a ruler's nights and moods. One overlooked truth drifts into your ear. These women, sometimes men too, were chosen not just for beauty, but for loyalty and silence. They arrived from noble houses, eager for favor, or distant villages eager for grain. One ancient record, half faded on papyrus, suggests some concubines wielded more sway than ministers whispering bedtime counsel that shape decrees come dawn. Imagine the hush of these chambers. No torches blaze here, only flickering oil lamps, shadows dancing on limestone. Bronze mirrors catch fleeting glimpses of painted eyes, thick with kohl glancing back at the pharaoh's guarded face. Some nights, a lover's hand might brush a royal signet ring on the floor, a secret vow to be carried into the grave. Historians still argue whether these confidants truly loved their sovereigns or simply survived them. One scholar points to a stash of letters found tucked inside a burial shawl, clumsy hieroglyphs of longing, possibly dictated by a girl who could not write but could bend a king's will. Another dismisses it as temple propaganda love, after all makes a convenient mask for quiet manipulation. Yet the walls remember. Or rather, they forget selectively crumbling reliefs chipped away by queens, threatened by younger rivals, or by priests, sworn to scrub out all evidence when the next dynasty needed spotless myths. The closer you listen, the more you wonder if some secrets choose to stay hidden. The air grows thicker here. You step past carved ivory boxes stuffed with perfumed resin, a brass cup still carrying faint traces of pomegranate wine. Footprints press lightly into the soft rush mats, some never meant to leave the chamber again. And though the official scribes inscribed great victories on temple pylons, no monument was ever raised for these secret companions. Still, the stories breathe. In the hush, you almost catch the laughter of a young servant girl who danced too close to royal favor. The soft warning of an older eunuch entrusted to guard a king's restless heart. And the knowing glance of a wife in silken linen who saw far too much but said nothing. For now. In the next chamber, the shadows stretch further toward beds of inlaid cedar, heavy with embroidered sheets. The scent of myrrh seeps from ancient wooden chests. Somewhere behind, a tiny oil lamp flickers out. Another name, another secret, another piece of history sealed behind stone. Tonight, you wander here behind the throne, not to pry, but to listen for what the walls are too tired to keep holding. A slip of perfume, a pressed lotus blossom, a sigh, long buried under desert wind. These overlooked lovers left no pyramids, but sometimes a hidden heart can haunt an empire far longer than a golden mask ever will. A hush, thicker than desert night, slips through the narrow hallway as you step deeper past the throne's shadow and into the royal night chambers. Here candlelight flickers against walls painted with lotus blooms and hunting scenes, official distractions for unofficial secrets. You stand in a place few courtiers ever dared to imagine, the hidden sanctum where the pharaoh's whispered desires were draped in linen and guarded by shadows. It's hard to picture these grand rulers, sun gods on chariots, lion slayers, in battle, wrapped in the human warmth of these secluded rooms. Yet even the mightiest pharaoh needed a soft word in the dark, a quiet hand to stroke away the dust of statecraft. The chambers themselves were a labyrinth of passageways and side rooms, discreet doorways, carved behind elaborate screens, guarded by loyal servants who knew when to vanish. One chamber might hold a carved ebony bed, draped in imported linen, dyed the blue of Nile irises. Another concealed a bathing alcove where warm, perfumed oils glistened in bronze jugs, ready to wash away the sweat of long desert marches. A favored lover, sometimes a foreign princess, sent his tribute. Sometimes a village girl lifted from obscurity might wait there in silence, her hair twisted into a crown of tiny braids scented with frankincense. Here in this hush history lingers in small things. A broken coal stick dropped behind a chest, a tiny amulet slipped under a pillow for protection against jealous spirits. Some scribes hint at candle rituals, 3 flames lit in a triangle to guard royal secrets while the ruler slept. Historians still argue whether such tales were superstition or coded warnings whispered by priestly advisors who knew just how fragile a dynasty's image could be. Quirks cling to these chambers like cobwebs. One rumor claims a certain pharaoh forbade sandals inside the night room's bare feet, only so no sound betrayed a secret visitor. Another tale says a concubine once hid her pet mongoose under the bed to ward off evil omens. The creature chewed through a royal robe, sparking a hush-hush scandal that never made it into official annals. Lean closer, and you'll hear the soft scrape of reeds on papyrus scribes stationed in hidden alcoves recording coded notes about who entered and who left before dawn. Their scrolls rarely survived, shredded by rivals or burned by queens determined to wipe out rivals' names. Still, a few scraps endure, tucked inside walls, or buried with trusted servants, surfacing centuries later to remind us that secrets rarely stay buried forever. You drift past the ivory combs and scented oil flasks, the silk curtains that sigh with memories of laughter and betrayal. Somewhere in the dark, a concubine might have whispered her greatest fear, that her name would vanish the moment her lover drew his final breath. She would not be wrong. Most did. But some, through quiet cunning or tragic luck, left behind enough whispers to haunt royal lineages for centuries. So here you stand, among the hush of candlelight and conspiracies, a ghost yourself, wandering corridors that still remember warm skin and cold ambitions. Ahead lies a promise carved in stone and secrecy charms to guard these hidden loves from the world outside. A soft hush greets you as you slip deeper past the royal chambers toward a shelf of tiny treasures hidden in the shadows. Amulets, beads carved scarabs so small you'd miss them if you blinked. These are the forbidden amulets, little protectors slipped beneath linen wraps and woven into hair braids, their power meant to outlast fleeting whispers in the night. In ancient Egypt, every secret lover knew that what the tongue could not say, a charm might guard in silence. You pause before a small alabaster box, half buried in sand and rumor. Inside rests a glazed faience eye painted bright blue to ward off evil glances that might curse a stolen embrace. Such amulets were no idle trinkets. Each was chosen with care, blessed in the smoky darkness of hidden shrines. Some bore the shape of frogs or lotus buds, symbols of fertility or rebirth, if whispered secrets turned into scandalous children. In the hush of these candlelit rooms, lovers tucked these tiny protectors under pillows, hid them in braids, sewed them into the seams of linen tunics. Imagine a concubine pressing her fingers to a tiny lapis bead, breathing her fears into its cold glaze before slipping it into her lover's palm, a promise that the next morning's dawn wouldn't steal her place in the pharaoh's heart. One bit of broken pottery found near a worker's village hints that even the craftsmen who carved the royal tombs carried forbidden charms, tiny tokens traded for silence so the hidden loves could stay hidden long after death closed the palace doors. Some amulets bore hieroglyphs spelling out hush-hush wishes: do not speak, do not see, do not hear. Scholars still argue whether these were true spells or tokens of hope, magical realism stitched into daily life by those who knew that secrets rarely stay buried forever. You trail your fingers along a cracked wall, where faint paint still clings to a depiction of Bes, the dwarf god of household protection. Bes was no dignified temple deity. He grinned with a lion's tongue and stuck out his tongue at danger, an ancient prankster guarding bedrooms from gossip and evil spirits alike. In hidden chambers, concubines might clutch tiny clay Bes amulets, while the pharaoh slipped away to his queen's quarters, hoping the household trickster would keep jealous eyes blind. In a corner, a delicate gold pendant, shaped like the eye of Horus, catches what little light slips in. Some say this symbol watched over the dead, guiding them to the afterlife's safe embrace. Others believe it watched over the living more fiercely, keeping rival lovers' curses at bay. One scholar once claimed these amulets were the secret scribes of the bedchamber, recording more truth than any royal decree ever did. Stranger still, you find a clay figure of a cat, ears perked as if catching every whispered vow. Cats were sacred, yes, but they were also spies slipping through linen curtains, curling up beside lovers tangled in secrets. A rumor survives that one pharaoh's favorite concubine kept a cat who would scratch at any door if a rival tried to enter unannounced. That same cat, so the tale goes, was mummified and buried, with tiny gold earrings, an honor usually reserved for humans of high rank. A gentle wind stirs the rushes at your feet, and for a moment, you swear you hear a faint giggle. Perhaps a servant girl once laughed here, braiding protective beads into her mistress's hair, pretending these tiny charms could change the mind of a man who ruled like a god by day and slipped through shadow by night. And still, the question lingers like incense smoke. Did these amulets really protect secret loves? Or were they quiet tokens of helpless hope in a palace where power shifted like desert sand? Historians still argue whether a blue faience bead ever changed a fate. But you and I know, sometimes faith is its own protection, a fragile hope that even the cruelest court intrigue can't quite crush. So you pocket a pretend charm of your own, imaginary, but comforting all the same, and drift past shelves of tiny guardians who still cling to their purpose centuries after their owners' names have turned to dust. The next room waits heavy with gold and secrets, where these hidden charms traveled beyond life, sealed inside coffins as extravagant as the lies they once protected. The hush of the hidden chambers drifts with you into a colder, quieter place, a burial hall meant for secrets as much as for sleep. Here lie the gilded coffins for lovers carved with prayers and painted eyes that promise to see both the living and the dead. You stand among the resting places of those who were never supposed to be remembered, yet somehow refuse to vanish even under centuries of drifting sand. Imagine the scene: the great tombs we know, grand pyramids, and sprawling valley crypts, were built for pharaohs and queens, for names chiseled into history. But tucked behind these monuments are smaller chambers, narrower tunnels, winding off the main passageways, like whispered thoughts nobody dares speak aloud. Within them, archaeologists sometimes stumble upon a coffin, too fine for a servant, yet too hidden for a queen. And inside a lover, a confidant, a secret the king couldn't bear to leave behind. One such coffin sits before you now in this quiet hall. Gilded cedar, its inlays glittering with bits of lapis and turquoise that catch your candle's flicker. No royal cartouche marks the lid, no bold name to echo through dynasties, only delicate hieroglyphs that hint at affection, devotion, and secrecy. One line promises safe passage for she who lay closest to the sun. The name has long flaked away. You drift closer and imagine the rituals. The hidden funeral held in moonlight when courtiers slept the hush of priests, chanting borrowed prayers for a soul who did not earn them by birth, but by love. A few trusted servants slip oil onto the linen wrappings, anointing skin that once brushed against the king's wrist. No grand procession, no golden mask paraded through Thebes. Just quiet steps into the darkness, the coffin slid into its niche behind a false wall. Historians still argue how many such secret burials lie folded inside the grand tombs of kings. Some claim the tales are romantic fancy. No pharaoh would risk scandal by entombing a concubine near his eternal house. Others point to fragments, an inscription here, a linen tag there, the faint outline of a hidden door discovered by grave robbers centuries too late. One thing is certain. Ancient Egypt's necropolises are honeycombed with more than official history. Even official tombs have strange companions. In the Valley of the Kings, certain tombs contain side chambers that no scroll ever mentions, narrow rooms, sealed behind slabs of painted limestone. When cracked open, some reveal tiny coffins or mummified remains with no official record. Sometimes these are explained away as children stillborn or unacknowledged heirs. But other times, the bones tell of grown men or women buried with tokens too intimate for courtly burial, a silver hairpin, a scrap of painted linen showing entwined lotus flowers, symbols of a union no scroll was allowed to record. One rumor speaks of a pharaoh who in his final days ordered a lover's coffin built from the leftover gold leaf meant for his own mask. Another tells of a queen who discovered her husband's secret tomb for a concubine and demanded it be sealed twice over her rival, forced to share eternity with only stone and silence. Perhaps somewhere under your feet, those two coffins lie side by side, their gold leaf dulled by centuries, their secrets whispering through cracks in the rock. There's a quiet absurdity to it all. In life, these paramours were wrapped in silk and secrecy, paraded in hidden corridors, given gifts no wife dared know of. In death, they lay beneath layers of limestone and lies their golden coffins guarded by false doors and bricked-up tunnels. Yet time, careless and patient, cracks every seal. Robbers break through walls for a hint of treasure. Scholars brush away dust to read faded ink, and suddenly a forgotten lover finds her way back into stories like this one murmured to you in the hush of a bedtime tale. A quirky detail one mummy found in a side chamber of a lesser-known king's tomb was wrapped with a ring, still clinging to her finger too large for her own hand. The signet of a royal, perhaps borrowed in a moment of affection and never returned. Or maybe slipped onto her finger as a last defiance of queens and courtiers alike. Historians argue whether the ring was proof of true favor or simply loot dropped by a panicked thief centuries later. It hardly matters now. It glints in a museum case, somewhere its gold as bright as the day it left the palace. You kneel beside the coffin in this cold hall, tracing the painted eyes that promise to watch over the silent sleeper within. Somewhere above your head, Tourists snap photos of grand burial chambers and pose beside the sealed sarcophagi of kings. But down here behind false walls and stolen passages lie the hearts they never wrote into official lines, the shadows whose hush still hums through corridors of stone. You imagine the final breath, the quiet closing of the coffin lid, the soft patter of sand as the false door is sealed forever. But forever never lasts, not really. Dust shifts, pickaxes strike, secrets rise up through cracks, like desert flowers blooming overnight. And now, here you are, eyes drifting closed, as you listen for the quiet promise of these hidden coffins that love forbidden or not sometimes finds a way to outlast the kings who tried to hide it. Rest your hand on the stone beside you. Feel how cold it stays, even after centuries of stolen warmth. Ahead, deeper still, lie the morning songs, soft melodies, for secrets buried, but never quite dead. Listen closely now. There it is, a faint hum, drifting through the corridors of stone soft as a mother's hush, steady as desert wind, whispering over dunes. These are the morning songs woven from the grief that royal scribes tried to hide, echoing through halls where secret lovers once slipped in under torchlight and left only perfume behind. You stand at the threshold of a memory few dared record, a hidden choir of sorrow, sung for those who never earned a public funeral, but whose passing left echoes strong enough to slip through time. Picture this, a small chamber deep inside a palace garden tucked behind rows of lotus pools and shaded tamarisk trees. In the days after a secret lover's death, a trusted circle gathered there, sisters, cousins, servants too loyal to vanish when their mistress's name was struck from the palace rolls. They would gather by flickering oil lamps, their soft songs twining through the warm darkness like smoke, carrying prayers that hovered just above a whisper. The official funerals, the grand processions with gilded masks and lines of priests chanting for the gods to open the gates of the afterlife, those were for kings, queens, and royal blood. But here in the shadows, the songs belong to the forgotten paramours who never claimed a throne yet ruled a heart. Some scholars argue whether these rituals truly happened. After all, records are scarce and written only by priests eager to present a squeaky clean royal image. Yet scraps of linen stained with perfume, shards of painted pottery etched with half-finished hymns, and the old stories, whispered from mother to daughter, hint that grief, even hidden, finds its voice. A rumor floats down the centuries certain palace flutists were paid in secret to compose lullabies for the dead. Simple melodies, easy enough for servants to hum while they cleaned empty chambers or laid fresh rushes over cold stone floors. Some of these songs survived by accident scratched into the walls of village huts, where old women remembered them as charms to soothe colicky babies or restless spirits. One surviving fragment, now tucked away in a museum's back room, speaks of the breath that drifts beyond the garden wall, carrying secrets into the soil. It's easy to imagine how these hidden mourners dressed for their forbidden rituals. No bright linen, no gold jewelry. Simple white shifts, hair loose or tucked under veils. They sat cross-legged on woven mats, passing cups of watered beer or sour wine, their voices rising and falling in soft waves. Some believed the spirits of the dead lovers lingered nearby, hovering by doorways, listening for the songs that named them, even when the king's scribes refused to write those names in ink. A quirky detail, once buried in the ruins of a workers' village near Deir el-Medina, archaeologists found a tiny clay flute sealed inside a woman's grave. It was too small for daily music, its notes frail more breath than sound. Historians still argue, was it a child's toy, a charm for protection, or an instrument meant to summon the memory of a lost lover when the living world grew too loud? If you listen carefully, you might sense it now. Low notes drifting from walls that never truly learned how to stay silent. These mourning songs weren't meant to carry through the palace. They lingered in small courtyards, half sung by widowed servants or aging concubines who had outlived their secret power. Sometimes a favorite eunuch might hum along, the only witness left, who remembered whose eyes once caught the kings in candlelight. In the hush between verses, rumors grew. Some claimed these songs were curses in disguise, soft threats against jealous queens, or power-hungry priests who forced rivals into dark corners of the tomb. Others say the melodies were simply promises, a gentle vow that the dead would not wander alone through the reed fields of the afterlife. Either way, they slipped through walls of sun-baked brick carried by the desert wind that knows every secret. There is irony here too. Pharaohs believed they controlled eternity-built monuments so vast they thought the desert itself would bow to their name. But these little songs, sung by the invisible ones, found eternity in whispers instead. No stone carving could outlast a melody passed from mother to daughter, servant to friend, drifting like a reed flute's breath under the desert moon. And maybe that's what lingers tonight, as you stand here among cool flagstones and shadows. The morning songs brush your ears like a lover's sigh, soft, mournful, sweet, with secrets that no official tomb inscription could hold. You can almost taste the perfumed oil smeared on linen wrappings, feel the scratch of woven mats under bare feet, hear the hush of a young girl pressing a tiny flute to her lips when no one's watching. So you stand still, breathing in the hush. Let it wrap around you like the linen bands that once held hidden lovers safe in coffins no scribe dared name. In this moment, grief is not loud. It is not grand or gilded. It is the quiet truth that echoes longest. Even those the world forgot still earned a song when they were gone. Ahead lies the story of the pharaoh's favorites, those who carried these hush-hush songs in their hearts while they still drew breath. And the gifts they received, bright and forbidden, hidden away like the notes of a melody only the brave dared hum aloud. The hush of morning songs fades as you step into a chamber, flickering with a warmer glow, gold glinting in shadow jewels, tucked into corners like stolen stars. Here, behind the carved pillars, and beneath the hush of secrets, you stand among the pharaoh's favorites, the ones who were never queens but wore gifts fit for one who drifted through the palace with bangles heavy enough to whisper their own gossip. This is the quiet gallery of forbidden jewels. Hush-hush tokens slipped into palms and the dark, bright promises that bought loyalty or borrowed love. Imagine this: a slender wrist hidden beneath sheer linen fingers, brushing against a ring too bold to wear in daylight. A necklace of faience beads their blue glaze, shimmering like river water, hidden under embroidered collars. These were not the official treasures displayed at court banquets or paraded during festivals. No royal decree ever listed these gifts, yet they glowed brighter than state treasures, because they bound a secret closer than any treaty ever could. One overlooked fact: the pharaoh's court employed entire workshops of artisans whose only job was to craft such forbidden gifts. Tiny gold scarabs with hollow centers for love spells, earrings shaped like lotus buds that hid protective charms, silver bracelets engraved with symbols too intimate for official eyes. Some were smuggled into night chambers in baskets of figs and pomegranates wrapped in silk cloth, smelling faintly of cedar oil. A quirky detail survives on a scrap of papyrus found in a worker's hut, an order for a lapis lazuli amulet to be delivered only at dusk, no record to be kept. Who wore it? Whose secrets did it guard? Historians still argue whether this humble note was truly a trace of royal intrigue or just a priest's forgotten favor. But the bauble itself, now dulled by centuries, lies behind glass in a museum, its hush still echoing through its polished blue curve. Step closer to the shadows near the chamber's far wall, where a low, wooden chest sits half open. Inside, bits of gold leaf cling to lengths of woven cord necklaces that once danced against bare skin when laughter echoed through hidden courtyards. These jewels weren't always tokens of sweet affection. Sometimes they were hush money rewards for silence more precious than rubies. A concubine who carried the pharaoh's favor also carried his risks. A single careless word could draw the queen's wrath, the priest's suspicion, or worse, an unmarked grave, without even a mourning song to remember it. One legend passed down by word of mouth and half-remembered prayers speaks of a favorite who received a golden mirror rimmed with tiny turquoise beads. She was said to polish her hairpins each night, seeing in the mirror not just her own painted eyes, but the power that beauty lent her, brief power, fragile as a reed boat on the Nile. When she fell from favor, the mirror vanished with her, and some say it lies buried in the sand under what is now a farmer's field, glinting when the sun strikes just right. Jewels have their own hush, their own shadows. You can almost hear the soft chime of bangles against an ivory bed frame, the faint clink as a lover removes a necklace before dawn, so no jealous eyes catch its sparkle. Not all favorites ended with coffins lined in gold. Some were banished, their treasures stripped away before they could slip them under linen bands for the afterlife. Others found clever ways to pass these tokens to servants or hidden lovers, hoping at least a piece of them would glimmer on in secret. A soft hum of debate floats through your thoughts. Scholars still argue whether these jewels were true gifts of affection or weapons of manipulation. Was a string of pearls a sign of devotion or a leash made of gold? In palace ledgers that survive, lines are crossed out, whole entries erased or written over, suggesting the quiet tug-of-war between power and passion was fought not just with armies and priests, but with tiny golden beetles and painted ear studs. A peculiar find near Saqqara reveals how far some went to guard their glittering secrets. Inside a small hidden niche, a clay jar was uncovered, stuffed not with wine or oil, but with beads, amulets, and gold rings, each wrapped in scraps of linen bearing faint curses. He who opens this jar loses what he seeks. Did it work? Perhaps for a while, but here they are, now sitting in museum drawers, their silent threats no match for modern curiosity. Tonight, you stand among these gleaming whispers, tracing your fingers over treasures once pressed into warm palms under moonlight. You might wonder, who risked more, the pharaoh who gave or the favorite who wore? The jewels did not speak, but they carried stories in every soft clink and hidden seam, promises of power, breathless hushes of betrayal, fleeting moments when a servant girl painted in ochre and kohl held more sway in the palace than a vizier's 1,000 scrolls. And so they linger, these forbidden jewels, buried with their owners, stolen by grave robbers, or lost to shifting sand, only to gleam again when the desert shrugs off its secrets. You catch your own reflection in an imagined bronze mirror and wonder whose secrets it might have guarded, whose laughter it once framed. Ahead waits a darker hush, still the disappearances that stitched fear into these hidden gifts. For if the pharaoh's favorites were adorned in secret jewels, they could vanish just as secretly, slipping into shadows where even gold could not buy their names back. The soft clink of bangles fades behind you now as you slip further down the corridor where candlelight trembles against ancient walls, and every step feels like stepping on someone's buried secret. Here you reach the hush that no amulet or jewel could protect against the hush of mysterious disappearances. In a palace built on divine bloodlines and golden masks, the pharaoh's favorites could shine bright one night and be dust by dawn. And more than one rumor claims some who vanished were buried so quietly that not even the scribes dared to whisper their names again. Picture this, a favored lover, her laughter echoing behind cedar screens just the night before, her ankles jingling with tiny gold bells gifted in secret. At dawn, her bed is cold. Her servants tight-lipped her chamber, swept clean of hairpins and perfumes. The queen's eyebrows arch in triumph. Or perhaps a priest nods in satisfaction while scribes scratch out any trace she ever existed. No public mourning songs for these vanishings, only a hush that tastes of incense and threat. A brittle fragment of wall painting, half buried under later plaster, shows a figure bowed low beside a pharaoh's bed. Some scholars think it's a servant offering wine. Others argue it hints at something darker, a lover forced to serve a final cup, spiced with something bitter that no royal doctor ever recorded. Did such poisonings happen? Historians still argue fiercely in the footnotes of books tourists rarely read, but behind every dry debate lingers that soft truth power loves its secrets silent. One tale told by temple priests centuries later in the hush of side courtyards speaks of a favorite who dared ask for more gold, more power, more public status. By morning she was gone, and a fresh statue of the queen rose in her place, her face suspiciously familiar, but her name carefully changed to that of a long-dead royal aunt. Statues can't talk after all, but stone remembers. Another rumor, half believed even by the desert wind, says certain concubines simply fled. A slave bribed with golden trinkets carried secret lovers away on donkey back through the city's hidden gates. Did they vanish into distant villages, living out their days as ordinary women with extraordinary stories buried in their silence? Or were they caught before they reached the Nile's far bank, dragged back to chambers where polite company pretended they never left? The records stay silent. But an amulet found half buried near an ancient path to the marshes, a tiny clay figure inscribed with a plea for safe passage, hints that at least someone dreamed of running. Quirky details cling to these disappearances like desert dust. One court rumor claimed a pharaoh's favorite carried a night jar of scented oil wherever she went, sprinkling it behind her so servants could never track her steps. Another tale insists a concubine hid secret messages inside hollowed-out lotus stems, slipping them to a sympathetic eunuch who vanished alongside her, the pair never seen again. Treasure hunters today still search the edges of palace ruins, hoping to find a hidden bundle of linen or a burial mound that might prove these hush-hush flights really happened. Yet for every secret escape, there were more that ended in sudden silence. Some scholars believe the priests played a role, wrapping scandal in ritual and calling it purification. An unexpected fever, a fainting fit at a banquet, these were convenient ways to scrub away unwanted names. And sometimes, a rival queen didn't bother with subtlety. A sharp glance, a whispered order to loyal guards, and the next morning, The favorite's bed was stripped bare, and her face chiseled out from any painted wall she once adorned. It wasn't just women who vanished. Certain male confidants, scribes, bodyguards, even dancers rose too close to the ruler's ear and fell just as fast. One old stela found near Karnak Temple hints at an entire family erased in a single night, their tomb sealed under a false floor, so no one could stumble on their story. The stone carries no names, only a faint blessing scratched by a grieving hand. May they reach the reed fields undisturbed. Walk deeper into this hush and feel the chill tighten around your ankles like a ghost's grip. Here behind painted pillars and false doors, the palace's perfection cracks just enough to reveal that power's greatest fear is memory. The pharaohs built monuments taller than the horizon, but they sealed the people they feared most in tiny corners and hoped the desert would keep its mouth shut. Yet secrets never rest easy. In 1922, when the world gasped at the opening of Tutankhamun's tomb, some oddities whispered of hidden stories still lurking in shadowed chambers. A tiny coffin, too small for a prince, lay tucked behind gold shrines, a handful of bones, a scrap of linen. Some say it belonged to a stillborn child, but others wonder, was it a hush-hush, burial for a favorite whose secret slipped too far into the light? Scholars still debate their arguments, polite in print, but sharp as a priest's knife behind the scenes. You stand in the corridor now, hearing only your own breath. You wonder how many footsteps never made it back through these halls, how many smiles vanished between one heartbeat and the next. And you know this. For every golden mask that survived the centuries, there are a dozen silent secrets waiting behind bricked-up doors, waiting for some wandering eye to pry them open again. So step carefully. Keep your own secrets close as you move on. For the next chamber holds its own guardians priests, who protected royal reputations so fiercely they buried more than bodies in these walls. They buried whole truths, and maybe, just maybe, they buried themselves in the process too. Past the hush of those vanished footsteps, you drift into another layer of this palace maze, one stitched not with gold, but with quiet prayers and careful lies. Here stand the priests, their linen robes, brushing cool limestone, their shaved heads bent under flickering torchlight as they orchestrate the greatest cover-ups the desert ever swallowed. You stand among the priestly cover-ups now, where secrets that could topple thrones were embalmed, alongside the dead wrapped in incense smoke and half-truths. The grand temples rose high above the Nile's edge, white stone blazing under the sun, chanting priests, parading sacred statues through crowds too dazzled to question what lay hidden behind the holy doors. Yet behind these sanctuaries, narrow corridors snaked off into hush-hush storerooms where scribes inked the edits of history. One papyrus might declare a pharaoh's line pure and unbroken, while in the shadows the same priest might bless a secret lover's burial, slipping a copper coin to a loyal embalmer who knew when to look the other way. Historians still argue whether the priests wielded more power than the kings they served. Some claim they were mere caretakers of ritual. Others point to fragments of temple walls where chiseled-out names hint at stories too scandalous to leave intact. When a favorite lover threatened to stain a ruler's image, or worse birth, an inconvenient heir, these robed gatekeepers of eternity quietly stepped in. A dose of sacred herbs here, a hush-hush reburial there, a quick scratching away of hieroglyphs from a tomb wall. One overlooked truth temples weren't just for prayers and offerings. They were vaults of gossip rumor and carefully managed scandal. Priests kept coded ledgers, scrolls that noted which families donated the fattest goats, who offered the most gold, who demanded the trickiest favors in return. A concubine's hush-hush burial could buy a new shrine wing or pay for a lavish festival, honoring a god whose statue would nod in polite approval, while the real business stayed hidden behind locked doors. You brush your fingertips over a cold stone wall, where faint outlines of chiseled figures catch the light erased on purpose. One figure shows only the outline of a woman's braided hair, her name scraped away so completely that even modern X-rays struggle to recover it. Some say she was a foreign princess caught in a web of palace rivalries. Others say she was a humble servant girl who rose too close to royal breath, her fate sealed by priests, eager to remind the living that the dead should stay polite. A quirky detail hides among these shadows too. In a burial shaft, once sealed behind a temple's rear hall, explorers found a cluster of tiny clay figures, miniature priests, frozen in mid-chant. Tucked beneath one lay a copper knife, dull with centuries, but etched with symbols for silence and binding. Scholars still argue if it was a ritual tool or a whispered threat in clay and copper, an unspoken promise that loose tongues paid in more than coin. Sometimes the priests went further than scraping away names. Rumors cling to the idea that they hid entire chambers inside royal tombs, small alcoves stocked with jars of natron and bundles of linen for hush-hush embalming far from the main burial rite. These makeshift crypts swallowed up favorites who had to vanish twice, once from life, once from history. Some of these side chambers remain lost, waiting under desert rock for an unsteady boot or a curious brushstroke to crack them open. Step back, and you'll see the irony priests were guardians of truth and memory. Yet they wrote the cleanest lies in stone. Their chants rose above the crowds, promising eternal life and divine favor, even as their hands quietly rewrote scandals into silence. And sometimes they made mistakes, like the half-finished mural hidden behind plaster in a temple near Abydos, showing a young woman in lotus garlands kneeling before a pharaoh whose face was scraped clean off. Why carve what you intend to erase? Maybe because secrets crave witnesses, even if only for a moment. One tale half-legend tells of a high priest who fell in love with the same favorite he was sworn to bury in secrecy. The rumor says he left a single line of forbidden poetry, carved into the back of her coffin lid, an intimate confession that no one was meant to read. When grave robbers cracked the tomb centuries later, they stole her jewelry, smashed her mask, and left the coffin lid leaning against a wall where the words hidden for millennia caught the light of a thief's torch before vanishing again into dust. The cover-ups didn't end in the burial chambers. Some priests slipped secret payments to grave robbers, encouraging them to remove evidence that shouldn't exist: gold signet rings engraved with royal symbols, tokens meant for lovers, not official wives. Grave robbers, those unlikeliest of co-conspirators, sometimes found themselves hush-hush too, their silence purchased with coins that vanished as quickly as they did. You stand still, now listening to the hush of those robed conspirators echo through cold stone. It's easy to imagine a priest stepping from shadow to shadow oil lamp in hand-soft sandals, whispering across rush mats as he erases one line from a scroll and replaces it with another. Maybe he hums a hymn under his breath, just loud enough to remind the gods he's still serving them, even as he serves the crown's darker needs. And yet, for all the priest's power, the desert still wins. Sand creeps into every crack, salt air chews at painted plaster, and time itself picks at lies like a grave robber with a chisel. Sooner or later, the cover-ups crumble. A scrap of linen appears in a forgotten storehouse. A secret chamber cracks open under a careless boot. A name thought lost slips back into sunlight, ready to whisper its scandal to anyone who listens. So listen well as you drift onward. Ahead, the stone doors hide more than priestly lies, they hide tombs. Within tombs, secret chambers, layered like papyrus sheets, waiting for you to brush away a little more dust and see what the pharaohs tried so desperately to keep buried. Slip further in, now deeper than the priests ever wanted you to go into corridors, carved behind corridors, into silence layered under silence. This is where you find the tombs. Within tombs, the secret chambers, hidden inside grand burial sites, that promise to keep the pharaoh's heart safe for eternity, and the hearts he wasn't supposed to have too. You stand at the edge of a stone doorway that never appears on any official plan. Your fingers tracing hieroglyphs that whisper one thing, clearly secrets, stack up like bricks. And even in death, not all doors stay sealed. Picture the Valley of the Kings. By day, the sun scorches the painted doorways that lead into monumental tombs. Tourists in floppy hats shuffle through grand corridors lined with scenes of pharaohs boating through the underworld, meeting gods with animal heads and polite smiles. They pause to snap photos of golden sarcophagi, never suspecting that somewhere behind those murals, a narrow passage splits off like an artery carrying hush-hush blood. In these hidden corridors, you duck your head so low you feel the rough limestone scrape your scalp. No gold leaf here, just the chill of stone untouched by temple priests or bragging scribes. And yet within these secret hollows lie coffins more lavish than some queens ever saw, resting places for confidants whose very existence threatened the neat stories painted in the tomb's main halls. One overlooked fact: ancient architects loyal only to gold and survival often dug these side chambers while building the main tomb. A hidden burial niche might lie behind a false wall painted with flowers or beneath a floor slab carved with stars. Some held children, possible heirs, whose mothers were never named queen, but who carried royal blood all the same. Others held lovers who whispered too much, knew too much, or simply refused to be left above the sands when their pharaoh drifted into the dark. A quirky detail found in a dusty dig diary from the early 20th century still sparks debate. Deep inside a lesser king's tomb, explorers cracked open a wall and found a tiny chamber barely big enough for a grown man to kneel. There lay a simple coffin, cedar wood, with thin gold bands, all that was left of a woman whose head still wore a delicate wreath of dried lotus petals. No inscription told her name, but on the wall behind her, a single painted symbol flickered in the lamplight, a pair of eyes wide open. Historians still argue guardian symbol or silent witness, maybe both. Imagine the builder's tools clinking in the dark, slipping in at dusk, when the royal overseer's back was turned. A hurried burial, the slap of wet plaster over a new wall. A name scratched into a hidden corner, then scraped away the next night. All while the main tomb above blossomed into an eternal palace of gold leaf and promises of perfect kingship. What the people saw was glory. What the tomb builders left behind was the truth that power's edges are always soft and secret. One rumor clings to the tomb of Ramesses II, a king whose monumental pride stands taller than most pyramids. Behind one of his many burial chambers, layers deep, a passage leads to a hidden crypt, where some say his most trusted concubine sleeps wrapped in linen, once dyed imperial red. No official record mentions her, but old workman's graffiti, scratched into the back corner of a nearby worker's hut, reads, "She lies behind the lion's paw." No archaeologist has found the lion yet. Or perhaps they have, and hush it away, like the priests before them. There's irony here, delicious as honey on a festival day. Pharaohs, who declared they would conquer eternity, needed these secret tombs more than the gods ever did. They believed their hidden lovers would shield them from betrayal, even in the afterlife, whispering comfort when Anubis weighed their hearts on the scales of justice. But those same tombs, within tombs, carried risks too. A rival queen's loyal guard could break through a thin wall and drag a secret corpse out into daylight, exposing shame that chiseled titles and golden crowns could never fully bury again. Some hidden chambers survived grave robbers simply because the robbers never knew they were there. While they plundered the grand sarcophagi, breaking gold leaf into coins for quick bribes, the hush-hush coffins lay untouched, locked behind clever stone pivots or tucked under false floors so precisely fitted that only a whispered map passed from builder to builder could reveal them. A strange footnote in one explorer's journal from 1898 tells of a hidden chamber opened by accident when a worker's pickaxe struck softer limestone. Inside, a single mummified hand lay curled around a string of beads, turquoise lapis, and carnelian, the colors of river and blood. No body, just the hand wrapped in linen soaked with ancient oils. Some believe it belonged to a concubine who clutched her final gift so tightly the desert simply chose to keep her piece by piece. Scholars still debate whether it's fact or the fevered dream of an explorer who hadn't slept for 3 nights straight. And so, you stand here now, where the air is heavy with the hush of unfinished stories. You feel the cold stone under your fingertips and wonder how many secrets press back from the other side of these walls. Unseen lovers, unborn heirs, dangerous truths wrapped in linen and sealed away by men in fine linen skirts who swore they'd carry these whispers into eternity. Yet, eternity has a habit of cracking. Dust shifts. A torch slips. A curious hand brushes away one more layer of plaster, and a hush-hush burial steps blinking into the light again, rewriting the official story in a heartbeat. And you standing here, eyes drifting closed, as your breath echoes against old stone, you get to hear it all. Ahead, a darker truth rustles in the sand grave. Robbers who risk their lives for these hidden treasures. Some hunting gold, others hunting secrets that could be sold for more than any jewel. Step softly, for their footsteps are waiting for yours to follow. Step softly now, for the corridor ahead bears the restless ghosts of those who didn't come seeking divine favor or eternal peace. Here, you find the scandalous grave robbers, men, and sometimes women, who slipped past priests and guards, slipping deeper than any blessing dared go, all for a handful of gold or a stolen charm, still warm with the memory of hidden lovers. You stand in the hush they left behind, a hush broken by the soft scrape of chisels against limestone, the muffled curses of thieves who knew they were rewriting royal secrets, one plundered jewel at a time. It's easy to think of grave robbers as common villains, skulking through moonlit dunes with sacks full of stolen baubles. But in ancient Egypt, robbing a tomb was more than greed. It was a scandalous confession that eternity could be cracked open with a hammer and pried loose for market stalls in Memphis or Thebes. These robbers knew that beneath the grand golden masks and official cartouches lay other treasures, far more forbidden love tokens, slipped into coffins under hush-hush linen amulets inscribed with names no temple priest ever chanted aloud. One overlooked truth grave robbing was practically its own economy in certain dynasties. Whole families passed down secret maps, rough sketches, inked on scraps of palm fiber, folded tight and hidden in the hems of tunics. A father taught his sons which tomb walls rang hollow when tapped, which false doors concealed a crawl space just wide enough for a desperate man. Some robbers even left behind notes, half warnings, half boasts scratched onto tomb walls for rivals to find nothing left here. Look under the second stone. Sometimes the scandal wasn't that they stole, but what they found. Imagine a trembling hand brushing aside painted pottery to reveal a tiny coffin within a coffin, a lover's burial hidden behind a king's grand sarcophagus. A few thieves faced with secrets they never bargained for, fled in terror, leaving their loot behind in the torchlight's flicker. Others found scandal enough to sell word of an unmarked burial, a concubine's gilded bracelet, a ring still warm from the dead king's secret vow. Such whispers could buy protection from the local guard or ruin a rival's quiet arrangement with a high priest. One quirky detail clings to the story of Paneb, a notorious tomb robber whose name survives thanks to outraged scribes who kept a record of every sin. Among the many treasures he snatched were the amulets of lovers buried in the folds of a pharaoh's shroud. His confessions, forced from him under temple interrogation, mention not just gold and lapis, but tiny love tokens, ivory combs, inscribed beads, rings engraved with private prayers. Historians still argue whether Paneb made it up to save his own neck, or whether he really did slip past the priests to lay bare the king's secrets for the highest bidder. In a desert where shifting dunes swallowed paths overnight, the grave robbers moved like mirages appearing out of nowhere, vanishing at dawn. Some bribed tomb guards with jars of date wine or promises of silver. Others crawled in alone under the cloak of festival nights when the city's watchmen were busy drinking the temple's best beer. And when they slipped inside, what they took wasn't always gold. A delicate necklace wrapped around a mummified wrist might be worth more in rumor than in silver weight. A carved amulet hidden inside a lover's coffin could fetch more hush money from a rival queen than any gilded death mask ever would. Sometimes their risks paid off. More often, they paid the price. One dig in the 1800s uncovered a half-collapsed tunnel where 3 skeletons lay in a heap, pickaxes still clutched in skeletal hands, a bundle of gold leaf scattered just out of reach. Were they buried alive by a sudden collapse? Or did temple guards catch up to them, sealing the entrance forever so their scandalous trespass could rot quietly in the dark? Scholars still argue their theories fluttering like desert bats that never settle in one place for long. The irony. For every grave robber who disturbed the hush of a royal tomb, another unknowingly preserved its secret. By bricking up passages behind them, by abandoning half-looted burial chambers, when rumors of guards drew near, they left behind hidden clues for modern hands to find centuries later. A scrap of linen here, a ring there, tiny reminders that no secret stays buried forever when human greed and curiosity share the same torch. A rumor drifts through the tomb corridors. Like fine sand, some robbers were hired by palace insiders. A queen's advisor, a jealous brother, even a jilted priest might pay a trusted crew to slip inside a rival's burial and pluck out a hush-hush lover's mummy before scandal bloomed in the next dynasty's gossip. These unofficial removals were quick, quiet, brutal. No mourning songs. No fresh amulets. Just a handful of bones carried away under the new moon and scattered somewhere no one would ever find them. It's a peculiar comfort, this scandalous chain that binds tomb robbers to pharaohs, to secret lovers, to the drifting dunes overhead. They all share the same hush fragile, yet stubborn, delicate, yet sharp enough to cut through royal lies, centuries after the last oil lamp flickered out. So stand here a moment longer. Torchlight, flickering over half-looted treasures, broken coffins, and the footprints of thieves, whose names dissolved into sand the moment they breathed their last desert breath. The hush here hums with laughter, curses desperate bargains, and the dry scrape of chisels that once sang louder than the priest's prayers. Ahead waits another hush, entirely jealous wives, whose plots stitch these scandalous secrets tighter than any linen bandage. Wives who watched, who listened, who struck when silence alone was not enough. Stand still for a heartbeat, and you'll feel it. The air tightens thicker than desert heat, and sharper than a temple dagger. This hush is not the hush of priests or grave robbers. This is the hush of jealous wives' queens, crowned in gold, and resentment whose footsteps echoed through the same palace halls where secret lovers once slipped barefoot under moonlight. Here, you meet the ones who turned soft whispers into sharp plots, their envy stitched into the linen that wrapped the pharaoh's secrets tighter than any tomb wall ever could. Picture the royal wives, women draped in linen fine enough to whisper when they moved kohl-lined eyes, scanning courtyards, where laughter sometimes rose from behind closed screens. They knew better than anyone that power in Egypt wore many masks, one on the throne, another in the bedchamber. Behind the public hymns and temple carvings of family bliss lay rivalries sharper than obsidian blades. Some queens smiled, while servants poured scented oils over their braids, but their minds plotted how to guard a crown they could never truly own alone. One overlooked fact: the title Great Wife was not just ceremonial. She was the keeper of royal bloodlines, the guarantor that no hush-hush concubine could slip a son into the line of succession. Yet the pharaoh's hunger for new lovers never cared much for titles. So the Great Wife watched. She counted new bracelets on slim wrists, noticed extra jars of imported myrrh carried into hidden chambers, read between the lines of half-bowed servants who stammered when asked where the king had spent the night. Sometimes a queen's revenge was subtle, a concubine suddenly gifted to a distant priesthood, vanishing behind temple walls never to reappear. Sometimes it was not. A broken comb found near the ruins of Akhenaten tells a peculiar story, a favored concubine's chamber torn apart in the night, her servants dragged to the courtyard for questioning. Historians still argue whether the queen ordered the storm herself or simply allowed the rumor to flower. Sometimes a half-seen threat was worth more than any priestly curse. Jealous wives did not always wait for scandal to bloom. They planted their own seeds. One rumor, scribbled on a faded scrap of limestone, tells of a queen who bribed a palace chef to slip bitter herbs into a rival's honey cakes. The concubine fell ill for weeks, her favor cooling like stale incense. Another tale spins of secret poisonings, hidden miscarriages, accidents staged behind drapes of embroidered linen. Scholars debate how much is gossip and how much is truth, yet more than one mummy bears signs of sudden unrecorded ends, their coffins tucked far from royal tombs where no official hymn would ever reach them. And not all vengeance waited for the grave. In one crumbling tomb near Thebes, a wall painting shows a royal procession winding past rows of servants bearing jars and baskets. Tucked in the corner, almost invisible, a single figure kneels, head-shaved hands bound. Some believe it's a depiction of a favorite cast aside, paraded like a cautionary tale for any other woman tempted to overstep the silent rules of the harem. A subtle threat, painted in the same bright ochres used to honor gods and crown kings. A quirky detail, One queen, known only through scraps of temple gossip, was said to keep a small falcon trained to swoop down and peck the heads of any servant girl who lingered too long near the pharaoh's private garden. The same falcon appears carved into the handle of an ivory fan found buried beside her wings. Outstretched claws extended a silent promise that a wife's watchfulness never truly slept. Yet for all their cunning, the jealous wives did not always win. Some favorites slipped past them on silken feet, bearing hush-hush amulets blessed by priests, willing to trade a discreet nod for a sack of barley. Others vanished into hidden chambers within tombs, their secrets sealed behind false walls so thick that even a queen's spies could only guess what lay beyond. Still, the wives plotted all the same, their eyes narrowed behind gold leaf crowns, their fingers drumming on ivory inlaid with scenes of eternal family unity that existed only in temple murals. Historians still argue whether these wives were protectors of the throne or architects of cruelty. One scribe whose tablet fragments surfaced near Memphis described a queen's hush-hush order to erase a rival's name from every amulet and charm. Another line hints she bribed grave robbers to dig up the lover's hidden coffin and scatter the bones beneath the desert moon, proof that sometimes revenge doesn't rest in the tomb like the priest promised. Lean in close to the hush of these queens, and you'll hear it even now, the soft rustle of linen sleeves brushing across scrolls where scribes scratched out inconvenient names. The muffled sobs of a concubine's loyal maid forced to drink poppy tea so she'd forget what she saw. The faint clink of a jeweled dagger hidden in a cedar chest for just the right moment when a rival slipped past every other barrier. And perhaps in this hush, you understand why the pharaoh's greatest fear wasn't always the desert's hunger or a priest's whispered threat. It was the patient, careful eyes of the woman crowned beside him, eyes that missed nothing, forgave little, and carried grudges deeper than any burial shaft could hold. So stand here a moment longer in this shifting hush of silk and steel. Ahead, the stone corridor twists again toward mummies, whose linen wrappings bear the faint fingerprints of secrets, too stubborn to stay buried even when wives, priests, and sand itself conspired to wrap them away for good. Step carefully now deeper still into this hush, where linen rustles like dry leaves and time folds secrets tighter than any queen's jealous plots could bind. Here lie the mummy mysteries, the silent witnesses wrapped in resin, and spices their faces hidden behind gilded masks, yet whispering questions that drift through every chisel mark and faded ink stroke. These aren't just royal bodies displayed under glass in faraway museums. These are forgotten lovers, half-known confidants, remains that raise more questions than the priests ever dared to answer. Picture it, a tomb cracked open after centuries of darkness, the stale air brushing your cheek like a breath that waited too long to speak. Inside, the main coffin gleams predictably hieroglyphs, boasting of divine lineage, prayers for eternal life, gold leaf stubbornly clinging despite grave robbers' greedy fingers. But tucked in a niche behind the grand sarcophagus, a second bundle of linen catches the light, a smaller mummy, no name, no cartouche, just a hush that tastes of rose oil and bitter secrecy. One overlooked fact: forensic scans of certain mummies show signs of hurried wrapping amulets tucked between folds in places no ritual ever demanded. A tiny scarab sewn near the collarbone, a bead bracelet hidden under a wrist bandage, tokens that point not to a king's official burial, but to a secret companion folded in alongside him. Scholars still argue whether these were mistresses smuggled into the afterlife, or children whose birth would have shifted dynasties if anyone had dared speak of them aloud. A peculiar find once surfaced in the Valley of the Queens. Two mummies sharing a single limestone chamber, so narrow it barely fit their side-by-side coffins. One bore royal insignia, the other none at all. Yet their wrappings were nearly identical. Same resin, same myrrh, same careful hands that pressed their eyelids closed. A faint lotus scent clung to the linen even after centuries under stone. Were they sisters, lovers? The official inscriptions make no mention yet. The hush of their side-by-side eternity says more than any scroll dared. Quirky details often betray the truth. In one mummy's bandages, archaeologists found a scrap of linen torn from a palace curtain, royal blue, embroidered with tiny falcons. Why bind a lover's body with a scrap meant for the king's throne room, a final favor, or a mocking nod from the same jealous wife who ordered the girl's removal? The desert keeps that answer locked behind grains of sand that drift through every open tomb door. Stand a while among these mysteries, and you'll sense it. The priests tried to keep secrets, with words scratched out and names erased, walls plastered over. But the bodies refused to stay quiet. Bones bear marks, healed breaks that hint at nights when a lover's soft existence clashed with hard palace politics. Teeth lines reveal strange diets, spiced dates, and honeyed wine delivered by handmaidens at dusk. Tiny tattoos hidden on ankles and wrists inked with symbols of rebirth, and hush-hush protection spells that never made it onto official temple tablets. Historians pore over these fragile clues like gossip passed through a palace wall. One theory claims certain mummies were decoys' unlucky servants embalmed in royal style to guard a lover's identity. Another suggests some paramours faked their deaths altogether, bribing embalmers to seal empty coffins while they slipped away into desert villages, their secrets trailing behind them like drifting incense. And yet the linen wrappings remain silent scrolls that scholars still unwind strand by strand, hoping for a whispered answer that rarely comes. A curious fragment of rumor floats around the tomb of Seti. I tucked beneath the murals of gods, blessing the king's journey. West lies an unmarked corridor, half-carved leading to a dead end. Some believe a lover's body once lay there removed before modern eyes could pry too deep. Others say the corridor is merely an architectural whim, a trick to fool robbers or confuse wandering spirits. But why does the stone bear faint scratches shaped like lotus petals, symbols of love hidden inside a place where only holy prayers were meant to bloom? Sometimes, the mummies themselves become storytellers when no inscription remains. Hair curled and pinned with ivory combs, nails stained faintly with henna lips, painted with red, ochre signs of beauty rituals kept alive even in death. Why adorn a body so carefully if no one was ever meant to see it again? Whose hands traced coal lines along closed eyelids before the coffin lid sealed them from the desert sun. Yet for all the clues, the debates swirl like a desert wind. Were these hush-hush companions honored with careful burial because they held a king's heart, or hidden so completely they vanished twice, once in life, again in death? Was the gold leaf a sign of love or a bribe to the next world's gatekeepers? The truth shifts with every new tomb map, and every fresh scan of linen folds older than any dynasty's memory. You stand here a little longer, eyes adjusting to the flicker of torchlight, dancing on bandages that once brushed warm skin. Listen carefully. Under the hush of the tomb stone walls, you might hear the faint sigh of a secret that refuses to stay wrapped forever. A lover's final whisper, woven into linen strands, a promise that some hearts drift further than even the Nile can carry. Ahead, the hush grows warmer, richer, where the living once gathered around forbidden funeral feasts, feasting and chanting in total secrecy for the ones no official priest dared mention. Step forward now. There's more to taste, more to smell, more hushes yet to hear. Pause here for a heartbeat. Feel how the hush shifts, growing thicker, richer, tinged with the scent of roasted grains and honeyed wine. This is no sterile tomb corridor. This is the hidden world of forbidden funeral feasts, last banquets held in secret courtyards and garden alcoves, where loyal confidants gathered under moonlit palms to feed the dead, one final time before locking them behind walls of stone and silence. You stand in a place where no official temple hymn dared drift yet, where the hush of memory tasted of bread beer and whispered prayers carried on the smoke of small flickering fires. Picture it a courtyard screened behind tamarisk and fig trees. Quiet, but alive with the soft rustle of linen, the clink of bronze goblets, the hush of mourners swallowing tears with mouthfuls of dates and figs. The official funerals happened elsewhere. Grand processions through city streets, golden masks gleaming in the desert sun, priests chanting spells that promised eternity to the crowned and titled. But here behind garden walls, the pharaoh's secret favorites earned their own send-offs, unofficial, unrecorded, and utterly human. One overlooked truth: food was more than food at these hidden feasts. Each morsel carried a spell, each sip a hush-hush vow to remember a name the palace scribes scrubbed from scrolls. Honey cakes, pomegranate seeds, lentils cooked with herbs plucked from the palace fringes, tiny offerings passed from hand to hand like sacred gossip. Some feasts lasted all night, flickering like candle flames in the dark, as mourners whispered stories the priests refused to inscribe in stone. A quirk floats through this hush. In a small burial shaft near Thebes, archaeologists found charred fish bones and a clay cup still stained with wine. No official grave goods, just the remains of a meal tucked beside an unmarked coffin. Scholars still argue a careless offering a servant's mistake, or the last taste of life slipped to a lover whose memory was too dangerous for public mourning. A single sip, a single bite, a hush no temple priest could snuff out. Lean closer, and you'll smell the faint ghost of spices, cumin, coriander, a hint of garlic crushed beneath a pestle by hands that trembled with grief and fear. Some feasts happened quickly, under the watchful eyes of servants bribed to say nothing. Others lingered for hours, quiet toasts made over broken bread, while mourners swore loyalty to a name that would live on only through taste and memory. Historians still argue how many secret banquets lay hidden behind palace walls. Some point to scribbled notes, found in storage rooms, lists of lentils, honey jars, barley bread, all recorded in the margins of official temple rations, explained away as festival surplus, but too small and odd to feed a whole shrine. Others dismiss these whispers as wishful thinking. No queen or priest would allow such blasphemy under their gold leaf gaze. But every so often, the desert coughs up. Proof: fish bones, fig pits, tiny clay dishes tucked among linen bandages, faint stains of wine on limestone floors, too narrow for a royal procession, but perfect for a hush-hush farewell. The hush here tastes sweet and bitter all at once. It tastes of stolen fruit, secret tears brushed away with oil-slicked fingers, laughter forced through clenched teeth, as mourners remembered how a favorite smile changed the pharaoh's mind or turned a whisper into a royal decree. Some feasts were part rebellion, an act of quiet defiance against queens who tried to erase rivals even in death. Others were acts of love, unrecorded but more lasting than any grand temple hymn echoing down polished marble halls. A peculiar tale clings to a crumbling wall, painting hidden beneath layers of plaster. The scene shows a small gathering, four figures seated on mats beside a garden pool cups, raised a platter of figs balanced on a servant's bowed head. One figure holds a lotus flower to her lips. No inscriptions name her, but traces of ink hint she was no queen, just a favorite honored in secret by those who refused to let her slip into the desert hush alone. When builders later plastered over the painting to carve a new tomb inscription, the scene lingered underneath like laughter muffled behind a closed door. Sometimes these feasts drifted into legend. A rumor passed from servant to servant tells of a concubine's loyal maid who roasted tiny birds over coals, sprinkling each with herbs meant to confuse the dead's jealous rivals in the afterlife. If true, the flavors carried more than nourishment. They carried a hush-hush promise that betrayal would sour on any tongue daring to speak her name too loudly. Scholars scoff, but in the hush of this hidden world, even a kitchen tale carries the weight of truth. Step lightly through this ghostly banquet hall. Imagine feet brushing woven mats, hands dipping bread into spiced lentil bowls. Listen for the hush that hums between quiet jokes, half-drunk toasts, and soft sobs too risky to echo past the garden wall. Each mouthful a vow, each sip a secret. And when the final cup tipped over, spilling wine into dry soil, the hush sealed itself tight as a tomb door. Yet feasts always fade, fires die, and the mourners slip back through palace halls, pretending their loyalty lies only with queens and kings. The plates stay behind, buried with unmarked coffins. The hush thickens again, waiting to drift down dark corridors, where love curses and whispered threats guard these secret goodbyes from the next dawn's prying eyes. Step closer to that deeper hush now, for beyond the last bite and final toast lies another secret love, curses carved into burial offerings, vows so sharp they still hum under stone and sand. Slip through the fading hush of feasts, and you'll find yourself in the cold hush of stone again, where words once whispered over warm bread and honeyed wine turn to scratches in alabaster, and lines cut deep into clay. Here lie the love curses, carved promises, and sharpened threats, hidden in burial offerings so small you'd miss them if you blinked. You stand among jars and tiny figurines, their silence humming with the last desperate power of those who once loved in secret and feared the grave would not be quiet enough. Picture this, a plain pottery jar, half buried beside a lover's linen-wrapped feet, its base scrawled with a spell written sideways, so no wandering spirit could read it easily. The words twisted like vine tendrils. May any who disturb this sleep lose their tongue in the next life. No royal inscription, no priestly blessing, just a hush-hush threat, tucked in with the spices and resin. One overlooked fact: Egyptians loved their protective spells, but the ones hidden with secret lovers were different, colder, sharper, meant not for eternity's smooth passage, but for vengeance or to bind a memory so tightly no jealous wife, no nosy priest, no grave robber's clumsy hands could pry it loose. They called them Heka, living words. Words that once carved, carried on breathing long after the last oil lamp flickered out. A peculiar find once unearthed in a tomb near Saqqara tells this tale well: an ivory comb, its teeth fine enough to braid royal hair, its handle carved with tiny glyphs. On one side, a blessing. May she rest in the field of reeds, forever scented with lotus. On the other, so faint that only the softest light could catch it, May any rival's line wither like dust if they touch her gold. Historians still argue whether it was the lover's plea or the jealous wife's last word. Here curses and blessings lived side by side like twin shadows under the same sun. Some curses weren't threats at all. Some were vows. Soft words etched into stone bowls or tucked under painted lids, promising love that even jealous queens or grave robbers couldn't steal. May we meet again where the Nile meets the stars. May his lips remember mine when Ra's boat drifts west. A hush inside, a hush hope carried on, scratched clay, and scraps of linen sealed so deep in tomb niches that even priests turned a blind eye. Lean closer to these offerings, and you'll find a hush that tastes like irony. The same priests who chanted grand hymns at royal burials often carved these secret lines for silver, slipped discreetly into their sleeves. A hush-hush burial needed hush-hush magic, and who better to bind a promise than the very men trusted to guard the gates of the afterlife? One rumor, scrawled in the corner of a scribe's abandoned diary, claims a priest wrote a dozen love curses in a single night each for a different paramour. Each line a fresh knot in the tangled tapestry the official temple records never mention. A quirk drifts through the hush here too. Some offerings bear little figures. Frogs, cats, crocodiles carved so crudely they look like a child's doodle. Yet each was a guardian chosen to carry the curse where words might fail. A frog to silence gossip, a cat to scratch out a rival's name in the underworld, a crocodile to swallow any spirit that dared slip a secret into the wrong ears. Such figures have been found in broken jars, under shattered lids, tucked so deep inside burial walls that only the shifting desert sand finally freed them again. Stand among these offerings, and you sense how fierce love could be in the hush behind the throne. Lovers who had no temple hymns carved their own defenses. A tiny clay tablet here reads, "He who moves my bones will carry sand in his mouth for 1,000 lifetimes." Another sharper still, "Her kiss sealed my eyes. May her whisper seal yours if you betray this rest." These weren't royal proclamations, they were breath sweat, heartbeats turned into stone when speech was too dangerous. Scholars still argue, were these words just superstition, little tricks to calm servants who buried what they shouldn't, or did they truly carry power? Did some poor thief, centuries later, feel a chill in his bones when his chisel struck a jar sealed with a lover's final hush? We'll never know for certain. But the curses remain stubborn as desert thorns still tangled in linen and clay long after the bones they guarded turned to dust. One last secret flickers through this hush. Some believe the curses worked both ways, protecting not only the buried, but the living too. If a favorite fell from favor, a well-placed spell slipped into a rival's burial might twist fate back in her direction. A lost hairpin, a bead wrapped in a scrap of curse cloth, a tiny frog amulet wedged into a tomb wall behind a painted scene of feasting. These were weapons in a quiet war, fought not with swords, but with secrets, scratches and soft threats that echoed through stone like a heartbeat under linen. So stand here, fingertips brushing the rough clay of a jar that once hummed with whispered power. Feel how the hush thickens, how every carved line thrums with a promise the desert could never quite silence. Beyond these offerings, the sand still shifts, the tomb doors still creak, the secrets still murmur to the curious who dare listen too long. Step softly now, for ahead lies the final hush, modern sands and busy hands unearthing what pharaohs, priests, lovers, and jealous wives tried so desperately to bury proof that no hush lasts forever, when the past keeps breathing just beneath your feet. Step through the final hush, now past the crumbled false doors, past the hidden charms and whispered threats into the bright hush of the present. Here in the dry echo of modern hands, brushing ancient dust from secrets once sealed in stone, the pharaoh's secret lovers rise again. You stand in the hush that hums not with priests' chants or mourners' songs, but with the soft click of cameras, the quiet scribble of archaeologists' notes, the careful breath of historians rewriting stories the desert never meant to share. Picture it, a dig site in the Valley of the Kings, blistering sun, pressing down on wide-brimmed hats, whispered instructions traded over the rattle of a sieve shaking sand from shards of pottery. A young student lifts a tiny bead from the earth, a blue-glazed scarab, no bigger than her thumb, its underside scratched with a single symbol that doesn't match any king's name. Whose was it? A concubine's hush-hush amulet, a love charm slipped under linen in a tomb within a tomb, a hush reborn in daylight after centuries buried under silence and stone. One overlooked truth every year. New finds slip through the cracks of official history like wildflowers blooming between paving stones. Tombs once thought empty yield hidden niches. Coffins long labeled minor noble reveal linen traces of lotus blossoms and charms meant to bind a lover's memory tight. A tiny ring, a child's figurine, a comb inlaid with turquoise, each an echo of stolen glances behind the throne secrets that the jealous wives and clever priests failed to erase for good. A peculiar moment lingers in the hush of recent years. Deep in a forgotten corridor near Luxor, a team brushed aside a layer of fallen stones and found a small hollow just wide enough for one slender coffin. Inside lay not a king or queen, but a woman wrapped in linen so fine it shimmered under the work lights. No royal insignia, no official inscription, just a faint ink mark on a scrap of cloth, a single lotus bloom. Historians still argue whether she was a servant, a singer, a secret paramour placed close enough to hear her lover's heartbeat even in death. Lean closer to the hush of glass museum cases where these secrets stand on tiny velvet pillows beneath labels that can't quite contain them. Unidentified female dynasty 18. Possible court favorite. Name erased. Scholars argue over translations. Was this tiny charm for protection or a curse? Was this ring a gift or a bribe? The hush deepens, thickens hums through marble floors and glass display walls that can't keep the secrets entirely quiet. A quirky detail in a London museum drawer sits a broken mirror, its bronze edge etched with a half-finished line. May he see me as the sun. No record tells who he was, or who she was. Just a fragment that survived jealous queens, grave robbers, priests with chisels desert winds, and centuries of wandering hands before landing under fluorescent lights still humming its soft, stubborn hush. Modern finds do more than rewrite dusty textbooks. They whisper that behind every mighty king's golden mask was a hush-shaped heart that beat for someone no scroll dared name. New DNA tests, fresh scans, tiny clues drawn from flecks of pollen trapped in linen folds. They all hum the same truth. The past never stops speaking if you lean in close enough to hear. Historians still argue over whether these overlooked lovers shaped Egypt's fate or simply drifted through it like desert windworm, for a moment gone the next. But you and I, standing here in this hush that drifts from museum cases to buried corridors, know the real secret that sometimes a soft touch in the dark echoes longer than a king's chiseled boast on temple walls. So step back, let your breath slow in this hush, where secrets hover like incense. Tonight coffins sigh and gods turn away waiting. Somewhere past these sandstone thresholds, rumor thickens in the dark. Let it follow you, now drifting through gates that never close into shadows that remember. Yet even these hidden tombs and whispered mourning songs leave a question hanging in the dusty air. Where did these lovers find their hope? Where did they get the charms to ward off a queen's wrath? The herbs to soothe a fever, or the secret blessings to guard their sleep? The answers were not found in the pharaoh's arms. They were found beyond the palace walls entirely. The trail of these secrets leads us now through gates that even kings hesitated to cross into the hushed, incense-veiled world of the temple women. For it was here, among the priestesses and healers, that the true power, the power over life, death, and secrets, was brewed, bottled, and sometimes sold to the highest bidder. Step carefully, for beyond these sandstone thresholds, the gods are not the only ones listening. Beyond those sandstone thresholds, the world shifted. Lanterns flickered against walls carved with gods that never blinked. The scent of lotus oil clung to the air, sweet enough to mask the secrets murmured inside. Here, temple gates didn't just close. They erased memory, turning rumor into shadows and truth into whispers that survived only as half-remembered dreams. The sun is gone now, replaced by a breeze cool enough to snake under the massive lintels and make your skin prickle. You stand before the entrance of a temple not found on any tourist brochure, one that never appeared in royal decrees, yet swallowed generations of tribute. No ordinary worshiper crossed its threshold. Even pharaohs, draped in linen and the scent of cedar, waited at the outer courtyard, bowing low, while someone else, someone smaller, softer, slipped past stone guards to where the gods were thought to dwell. It's easy to think of Egypt's temples as open-air monuments, all blazing sun, and crowds pressing in to glimpse gilded statues. But in truth, the deeper you went, the fewer eyes followed. And there beyond the columned halls and painted sanctuaries, a hidden network of doors led to chambers known only to a chosen few, the temple women. You can almost hear the hush that wrapped their work-bare feet, padding across limestone floors, bronze jugs clinking as they carried offerings past murals older than the pyramids. Historians still argue whether these women served by choice or by decree. Some claim they were daughters of nobility gifted to the temple as a sign of piety. Others whisper they were debt payments, girls traded like cattle groomed to keep the gods sated and the secrets sealed. One fact remains certain: once inside, they belonged to something bigger than family or crown. The high priestess held more sway than some kings, her veiled retinue moving like shadows, bearing incense and gossip in equal measure. And should any man try to follow, he'd find himself lost in a maze of courtyards and false doors, his steps turned back by silent glances rather than armed guards. Think for a moment about the weight of those thresholds. Outside, life roared with market's chariot wheels and Nile barges stacked with grain. Inside, only the drip of sacred oil and the rustle of linen. To pass through was to vanish an erasure so perfect that even today, when archaeologists sweep away centuries of dust, they rarely find more than fragments, a copper mirror, here a comb of ivory. They're hints of the women who ruled the inner sanctum, but left no statue of themselves behind. And so you stand blinking in the half-light, as a servant pulls back a curtain, dyed deep blue lapis, crushed into threads, so precious they were worth more than gold. You step over a line in the floor, a border of black basalt rumored to trap any curse that might follow. Behind you, the outer world collapses into silence. Inside, the air is thick with myrrh and burnt herbs. Small figures move in pairs, some so young you wonder how they learned to walk so quietly. They don't glance your way, but you feel them noticing you all the same, like cats acknowledging a mouse they choose not to chase. Yet, it's here in this cloistered hush that you glimpse the first of many paradoxes. These women, hidden away, veiled by incense and ritual, were more powerful than many who ruled in daylight. Their secrets outlasted dynasties. Their doors, once closed, stayed shut for centuries, refusing to yield their stories even to tomb robbers and modern-day scholars. So the next time you picture ancient Egypt, sun beating down on stone lions and tourist buses humming by the Sphinx, remember there were places within places, doors behind doors, where history curled up like a cat in a shadowed corner, unseen but purring just the same. And you standing here at the first threshold have only just brushed the edge of that shadow. You pause at the first flicker of movement just beyond the archway. A girl no older than 13 balances a copper tray piled with lotus petals and a single flickering lamp. If you listen closely, you might catch the quick shuffle of bare soles on smooth stone, the hush of linen skirts brushing painted walls. She doesn't look at you. Her eyes are downcast, focused on keeping the tiny flame alive as she slips through a doorway marked by a carving of Hathor, the goddess who watched over women music and hidden pleasures. Inside these walls, sacred maidens were more than attendants. They were vessels of secrecy. From the moment they stepped past their family threshold, their old names faded like ink in the desert sun. In their place, new titles: Handmaid of Hathor, Daughter of the Moon, Keeper of Veils. Some arrived as daughters of wealthy scribes or local nobles, given in offerings that doubled as social insurance. Others were chosen for reasons nobody wrote down: beauty bloodline, a priest's dream, whispered at dawn. You watch as two older girls meet her in a narrow passage, each holding a bowl of perfumed oil. Together, they dip reeds, anoint her wrists, her hairline, the tiny curve of her neck. The oil glistens like a second skin under the torchlight. It's meant to protect her spirit and to keep mortal sense from offending the gods she will soon serve. Some scholars argue whether these maidens lived lives of privilege or quiet imprisonment. A few scraps of scroll speak of silk bedding and honey dates served at dawn. Yet in the same fragile lines, there are hints of days spent in cold stone cells, forbidden to speak, except in ritual chants. Did they sleep soundly under painted ceilings? Or did the hush of the temple become a prison made of prayers? You move closer as they lead the girl to a small stone basin set in an alcove. Water scented with rose and mint waits for her cleansing 3 times. She'll pour it over her shoulders. 3 times she'll whisper a vow none but the statues hear. A vow to hold secrets, to turn her back on her old world, to speak only in murmurs meant for ears of stone and wood. Quirky, isn't it, that this entire ceremony happens just a few steps away from courtyards bustling with traders and priests arguing over tax scrolls? An invisible line divides sacred from mundane. On one side, shouts and bargains. On the other, a hush so deep even the wind forgets to intrude. No records tell us how many of these young girls found contentment inside these sandstone sanctuaries. Did they laugh behind closed doors? Did they sneak glimpses of the Nile through hidden lattices? Did they ever dream of slipping out in the dark feet, splashing into the river, washing the temple's perfume from their skin? Yet here they stayed generation after generation, moving like a quiet river, through hidden hallways. Some grew old and rose to power as high priestesses, their words carried on scrolls stamped with royal seals. Others vanished into the dust of time, their names swallowed by the same silence that once guarded them. Tonight, under flickering oil lamps, you stand at the edge of that silence. Somewhere deeper inside, another curtain waits another threshold of secrets ready to swallow you whole. A breath of cooler air greets you as you follow the sound of hushed footsteps down a corridor painted with scenes of harvests, processions, and gods with heads of falcons and cats. You run your fingertips over the faded images, some so clear you can almost taste the desert sun they once bathed in, others half erased by centuries of candle smoke and whispered prayers. Past the corridor, the path bends. You step into a chamber that feels more like a throat than a room, narrow, dim, lined with pillars carved so densely they seem to press closer the deeper you go. At its center sits a low stone altar, half hidden behind a woven reed screen. The air here tastes of burnt resin, sharp and smoky, clinging to your hair and skin like an invisible cloak. This is not the grand sanctuary where crowds gathered to watch priests parade golden statues through the courtyards. This is one of the hidden altars, small, private, accessible only to the inner circle of temple women who tended the secret rituals that no commoner, no soldier, not even most priests would dare speak of outside these walls. It's a quiet place, yet it hums with an energy that makes the hair on your arms stand at attention. A pair of figures move within the thin halo of a clay lamp, one older, her shoulders draped in linen so fine it shimmers like water. The other a girl no older than 16, her hands trembling slightly as she sprinkles powdered myrrh onto a hot coal. The ember glows red, hissing as smoke unfurls into twisting ribbons that dance over the rough stone. One fact keeps echoing through the mind of any historian who leans too close to this smoke: these hidden altars were the beating heart of temple life. While festivals and public rites dazzled the masses, the real negotiations happened here between priestesses and statues, between whispered oaths and flickering shadows. It's said that queens slipped gifts to temple women, hoping for secrets spoken under veils, that generals paid for blessings no battlefield could guarantee. Yet historians still argue whether these altars were truly divine gateways or merely political backrooms scented with incense. Were they meant for gods or for mortal ambitions masked in sacred smoke? There's a soft chime as the older woman taps a bronze bowl with a carved ivory stick. The sound is swallowed by the thick air, but leaves behind a vibration that makes your ribs hum in response. She mutters something too low to catch, and with a slight nod, the younger woman removes a small bundle from a reed basket. Inside, bits of bread, a few dried figs, tiny vials of colored oil, offerings so modest you'd miss them among a pharaoh's feast. Yet here they carry the weight of life and afterlife. You watch as the girl arranges them with a precision that borders on reverence. 3 figs, never 2, never 4, odd numbers coax the spirits, or so the old inscriptions hint. A drop of oil on each corner of the stone, an invisible barrier against whatever prowls in shadows unseen. A curious detail flickers in your mind. Some scrolls unearthed from temple debris speak of hidden shelves behind these altars, secret cubbies where offerings were swapped for coins, messages, or illicit deals. Imagine a priestess tucking away a token from a worried noblewoman, an earring, a ring, maybe a folded scrap of papyrus scribbled with a desperate plea for love or vengeance. Then imagine her sealing it away behind painted panels, visible only to those who knew where to press. Some researchers suspect these hidden spaces doubled as vaults for the temple's political leverage, gossip, and hush money safely tucked behind a mask of holiness. Others insist this is just modern cynicism laid over ancient ritual, a projection of our own hunger for scandal onto people who may have believed truly that their gods walked through the smoke and ate from their humble plates. Your eyes wander to the altar's base, chipped and discolored by centuries of secret fires. The floor around it is stained with old oil, dark as the inside of a tomb. You can almost hear the scratch of bare feet as temple women knelt here night after night, feeding the flame with small offerings, while the world beyond the walls spun on, clueless and hungry for spectacle. Outside, pharaohs built obelisks that touched the sky. Armies clashed on dusty roads. Kingdoms rose and fell like the tide of the Nile. Inside, a handful of women bent over a stone, pressing figs into the darkness, whispering to gods who might never answer. And still, the altars burned. As the incense curls around you, you sense the edge of another doorway, half hinged, draped with a curtain painted deep green, embroidered with the wings of Isis. Through it waits the next secret, a courtyard open to moonlight, where offerings drift skyward on a breeze that knows no walls. One last glance at the hidden altar, this little throat of stone swallowing prayers like a desert swallows rain, and you step forward into the quiet pull of the moon beyond. A sigh of cool night air washes over your face as you push through the green curtain and find yourself in a courtyard carved like a secret bowl into the heart of the temple. The walls rise high around you, shielding this quiet hollow from prying eyes. Above, the sky is sliced open by moonlight, a sliver of silver, pouring over sandstone and flickering oil lamps that burn like tiny stars, too stubborn to be swallowed by the dark. You stand still, letting your eyes adjust. At first, the courtyard looks empty, just stone shadows and the restless whisper of palm fronds leaning in from beyond the temple's hidden garden. But then your gaze sharpens. Figures in pale linen move like drifting mist. Some kneel at low altars carved directly into the ground, their fingers tracing grooves worn smooth by centuries of repetition. Others stand in clusters, heads bent so close you can't tell whose lips are moving and whose ears are listening. This is where the moonlit offerings unfold rituals, so quiet they survived in scraps of rumor, half buried in papyrus scrolls, that crumble if you breathe too hard near them. If you stand close enough, you'll catch the faint notes of chanting more a hum than a song slipping between stone walls like water through a reed mat. One simple fact has slipped through history's fingers: these ceremonies were never meant to be seen. They belonged to the hour when the Nile mist rolled low and jackals called from the dunes. The priestesses, the handmaidens, the high-born girls cloaked in borrowed divinity under moonlight, they transformed from dutiful servants into gatekeepers between flesh and myth. A young woman steps forward now, a shallow clay bowl balanced in her outstretched hands. Inside flicker a few glowing embers crowned with petals, white lotus desert marigold, a twist of blue papyrus stem. She lowers the bowl to an altar stone, its edge carved with looping script no ordinary passerby would ever decipher. She sprinkles something ground resin, crushed frankincense, and the embers pulse brighter smoke, coiling upward until the night air carries it over the walls and into the waiting darkness. It's tempting to imagine this as pure devotion, simple prayers drifting to the gods on trails of perfume. but historians still puzzle over the hidden codes buried in these moonlit rites. Were they prayers for fertility protection? Quiet bribes to sway the favor of gods who might blink just once in a worshipper's direction? Or were they more earthly messages wrapped in ritual secret agreements, whispered under the cover of sacred chants? A quirky detail survived on a clay shard found near Luxor, a faint sketch of a priestess bending low over an altar, her palm pressed flat, as if to hide something beneath the offering bowl. A love note, a bribe, a spell. Scholars have turned that shard over and over, but the truth refuses to settle. You shift closer to the edge of the courtyard, careful not to disturb the hush. Here, among drifting trails of incense, you catch another fragment of sound. Tiny bells tied to slender wrists, chiming as the women move in slow circles. Each circle, drawn under moonlight, is said to mimic the orbits of the stars, stitching earth to sky, mortal to divine. Did it work? Did the gods listen? Or was the real power in the eyes watching from the shadows, scribes, spies, rival priestesses, all noting who knelt beside whom? In the far corner, you glimpse a trio of figures huddled near a shallow pool of water. They lean close, murmuring over the dark surface, until one woman dips her fingers and scatters flower petals across it. Ripples bend moonlight into shifting sigils, fragile messages meant only for those who knew how to read reflections. A spell for protection, maybe, or a curse disguised as a blessing. Historians can't agree. They still argue whether these nighttime rites were merely symbolic, or whether, in those quiet hours, something real slipped between the worlds. You wonder how it felt to kneel on cold stone, head bowed to a night sky so clear it seemed the stars might tumble in. Did these temple women ever look up questioning whether the gods bothered to listen at all? Or did they keep their eyes locked on the ripples and the smoke, trusting that silence was answer enough? And while you stand there, the courtyard shifts. A soft rustle, a row of maidens stepping back into a line, bowls emptied embers cold. They file past you in pairs, sandals whispering over stone, their silence heavy enough to bend the air around them. You catch a fleeting smile, a glimmer of mischief in one girl's eyes before it vanishes beneath her veil. Even in ritual, some secrets refuse to be suffocated entirely. As they vanish into the corridor, the courtyard settles back into stillness. The moon hangs high, a pale judge watching over an altar, now dark. Somewhere tucked behind painted doors and secret stairways, another chamber calls you deeper toward the next layer of scent song and hidden alliances waiting for their turn to breathe under the weight of incense and intrigue. One last breath of desert air, scented with last traces of lotus smoke, and you follow their steps through the narrow passage, leaving behind the moonlit courtyard and its drifting petals carried on a breeze. You swear, hums, with secrets still too shy to speak your name. The moment you cross the next threshold, the air thickens, warm, sweet, cloying. It clings to your skin like a lover's breath. Here deep within these hidden veins of sandstone, the scent is its own guardian incense so heavy it seeps into your clothes, your hair, your thoughts, until you can't tell where the ritual ends and your imagination begins. You pause, letting your eyes adjust to the shifting light. Bronze oil lamps swing gently on chains, their flames dancing shadows over walls painted with flowers that never wilt. Blue lotuses, pale lilies, desert poppies, blooming eternal under a ceiling of stars that never fade. At the center of the room, a brazier glows red, sending coils of smoke snaking around half-seen figures, moving like drifting phantoms. These are the keepers of incense and intrigue. Women whose roles hovered somewhere between priestess confidant and diplomat. A bowl of myrrh here, a pinch of frankincense there, each offering a currency of scent, traded for secrets that never made it to stone inscriptions. If you listen hard enough, you might hear what the smoke hides: the hushed name of a queen who fears her husband's spies, the tremble of a healer confessing to poison disguised as medicine, a young acolyte whispering a vow she's already broken. One fact gleams through the haze: Egypt's temples were not silent stone sanctuaries, untouched by mortal drama. They pulsed with alliances brokered in corridors, bribes slipped under the folds of linen robes, and gossip drifting like smoke through gaps in painted screens. And at the center of it all, the scent, perfumed barriers that turned human conspiracies into something the gods might ignore, or maybe bless. There's a peculiar note here too, one that makes historians tilt their heads like curious cats. Some scroll fragments hint at recipes so secret that even the high priests could not claim them. Incense blended by temple women, alone spices and resins carried from Nubian forests, Syrian hillsides, or distant islands whose names vanished long before maps found them. Recipes that doubled as coded messages. One note buried under a list of oil offerings speaks of the scent that blinds the ear. Scholars still argue over what that meant. Was it perfume so powerful it blocked eavesdroppers? Or was it a poetic riddle for a poison hidden in perfume's embrace? You drift closer to the brazier, now watching a young woman bend over a clay bowl, her fingers deft as she crushes resin with a pestle carved from ebony. She hums a tune so soft, it slips through the smoke like a rumor. Another woman steps behind her, sprinkling dried petals, rose saffron lavender, into a jar that will travel deeper into the temple's veins. Its scent, marking a trail only the initiated could follow. Quirky, isn't it, that these spaces, so rich in holy ritual, doubled as corridors for whispered deals? A stolen glance here, a coded nod there. The same scent that pleased the gods might disguise a royal rival's secret meeting, a scandal tucked behind veils and vows. You step aside as a small procession glides past you two older priestesses, heads crowned with gold diadems, trailing thin lines of fragrant smoke behind them. Between them, a reed basket covered in dyed linen. What's inside? Offerings, no doubt. Or messages. Or maybe something more mundane. Bread dates figs to bribe a spirit, or a scribe, or a queen's anxious handmaiden waiting behind a carved door. Historians still quarrel about the truth. Were these alliances truly political plots draped in incense? Or are we projecting intrigue where there was only devotion? The scrolls keep their silence. The ruins offer hints: a fragment of resin stuck in an urn, a smear of oil on a broken floor, but no clear confessions. And so the smoke continues to drift, carrying secrets we'll never fully decipher. Your eyes wander up to the painted ceiling, where stars dance above a goddess whose outstretched arms cradle the world. You imagine the scent rising to her, a ghostly offering, weaving human deceit into cosmic patience. If she hears, she doesn't answer. If she judges, she does so in silence. There beside the brazier, you notice a wall shelf lined with tiny clay jars sealed in wax. Some bear symbols so faint you'd miss them in daylight spirals. Eyes coiled serpents. Each jar is its own puzzle box, a blend of spice and resin, a whispered promise that what happens here stays hidden in smoke. One jar cracked at the rim leaks a darker scent, sharp, almost bitter, like scorched herbs. Maybe it's an accident. Or maybe someone wanted it to escape a reminder that too much sweetness can mask a bitterness no oil lamp can hide forever. You take one last look at the women tending the brazier, their shadows dancing on the painted walls, keepers of scent and secrets, weaving human hunger into a haze that swallows footsteps and muffles the truth. The smoke drifts toward a half-open passage beyond the brazier's glow, beckoning you deeper, promising that the next secret waits just around the bend. Step lightly now. Your path is marked by perfume, but what you find beyond might not smell so sweet. You slip through the passage behind the brazier, your skin still tasting of myrrh, and rose your breath, filled with the hush of stories half buried in scented smoke. The corridor narrows walls closing in, until you wonder if they were built to squeeze out every stray thought that doesn't belong to the gods. Then the stone opens again into a chamber that hums with a different kind of power. This is no dark sanctuary hidden from the sky. This space echoes softly with music, hushed, yes, but alive in a way that makes your fingertips drum against your thigh before you remember where you are. Bronze bowls, small wooden lyres, and reed pipes lie scattered on low shelves. By the far wall, a circle of priestesses sits cross-legged on woven mats, their voices threading together into a song so delicate it seems to float rather than echo. These are the songs for God's hymns, rumored to hold more than praise. You've heard the tales, haven't you? That music was Egypt's other language. That behind each note, each carefully repeated phrase, lay messages carried from temple to palace, from one priestess's lips to the ear of a queen who could read the hidden tune. One fact is certain: these songs were never written down in full. They survived in the breaths and memories of women who could be trusted not to speak outside these walls. A young singer lowers her head, now voice, a fragile ribbon, binding words to air. Her fingers tap the rim of a shallow drum, a heartbeat in the hush. Another woman joins her, plucking the taut string of a lyre carved with tiny lapis inlays. The sound is softer than the drip of oil into a flame. Yet together, these gentle notes weave a net that could catch a secret, hold it, and send it fluttering where no scribe's brush could reach. There's a curious scrap of papyrus, just one torn at both ends, found buried in a collapsed storeroom at Karnak. It mentions the hidden verses lines, sung not to honor gods, but to pass messages beneath the noses of spies and rivals. Was it true? Did coded songs drift from temple sanctuaries to palace corridors, guiding alliances, masking treachery behind the slow pulse of a hymn? Historians still debate whether this was just a scribe's paranoid daydream or a real tool of temple women's quiet influence. Your eyes drift to the walls. Painted onto plaster, darkened by centuries of breath, are faint shapes, birds perched on reeds, tiny symbols hidden in their feathers. Some believe they're more than decoration. Some think these murals were guides for the singers, reminders that a single note, placed just so, could turn a blessing into a threat, a praise into a promise. You lean against a cool pillar, careful not to interrupt the song's weave. Close your eyes for a moment. You might hear it too, the gentle call of the Nile at dusk, the shuffle of papyrus boats drifting past banks lined with palm fronds. Each note in this chamber stitches that wider world into the temple's heart-binding river and stone in a secret pact that no king could sign in ink. There's something charming, almost absurd, in imagining that a rival dynasty's rise or fall might hinge on the tremor in a singer's throat. Yet here, where incense thickens the air and shadows protect half-truths, absurdity is sometimes more honest than logic. A priestess might bow to a gilded statue in the morning, then sing a verse at dusk that carries a coded nod to a foreign envoy waiting in the courtyard shadows. A single misplayed note might unravel a promise, spark a feud, or ensure a rumor never found a tongue willing to repeat it. Music in these walls was as much a dagger as a prayer sharp, if you knew where to press it, invisible if you didn't. A small, peculiar detail: some temple walls have been found with grooves etched just below eye level, too shallow to be decoration, too deliberate to be erosion. Some archaeologists whisper they were for tuning the lyres. Others wonder if they were mnemonic marks for coded verses, invisible lines guiding fingers and memory long after the singers themselves were dust. You step closer to the circle, now drawn by the soft flick of drumskins, the quiet tremor of reed pipes. One priestess looks up, eyes dark in the low light. She holds your gaze for just a breath, long enough to remind you that here in this hush of chords and incense, every note is a doorway, every whisper a thread pulled tight through time. Then her eyes drop. The song flows on. And behind it, another passage waits, narrow, half-curtained by a swaying veil of indigo cloth. The music follows you as you slip past, carrying with it questions you may never answer. Which secrets rode these hymns to palaces and battlefields? Which promises were sealed in drumbeats, soft as a heartbeat lost now to the hush of crumbling stone? The lyre's last note flickers out as you step deeper into the hush, where vows, lovers, and 1,000 rumors lie coiled like snakes waiting for a single note to stir them awake. Beyond the soft pulse of lyres and reed pipes, the next passage feels strangely empty. No incense burns here. No songs slip from painted walls. Instead, a cooler draft finds your skin, carrying the hush of stone that has waited centuries to be heard. You step through a low arch and into a chamber that feels at once more intimate and more dangerous than any before. Here behind closed doors and whispered prayers, vows were made and sometimes broken under the watchful eyes of gods carved into every surface. In this hidden room, you stand where the temple women spoke, promises meant to bind their lives to secrecy and service. The scent here is simple, old oil lamps, faint beeswax, the ghost of rosewater lingering in the corners. No heavy perfume to hide behind. Just silence and the memories of whispered oaths. The vows they took were meant to separate them from the messy hunger of the mortal world. Chastity, devotion, absolute loyalty to the goddess they served. Each promise sealed by a ritual bath, a blessing of scented oils, a lock of hair burned to smoke as an offering. One fact shines clear through the centuries of sand. These promises were real, recorded on temple walls, and scraps of papyrus that name the order of the veiled maidens, the daughters of the moon, the wives of the hidden flame. Yet the air here trembles with a truth every gossip-loving historian adores: no wall, no vow, no temple stone could smother the wild flicker of human longing. Rumors slip through time like loose threads in a linen shroud. Stories of secret lovers, royal scribes, passing soldiers, even the occasional high priest who forgot the line between worship and desire. One scratched line on a potsherd unearthed near Thebes hints at a scandal so delicious it refuses to die a high priestess lover to a pharaoh's cousin caught slipping out of the temple under a moonless sky. Historians argue whether it's true. Some call it a smear campaign scribbled by rivals jealous of her power. Others swear by the faint ring of truth in her name, found again on a half-erased offering list. Was it shame or devotion that buried the rumor deeper than any tomb? You imagine it: footsteps on cold stone at midnight, the hush of a hidden door cracking open the rustle of linen robes cast aside in a garden just beyond the sanctum's walls. A temple maiden breaking her vow to taste a kiss that might never come again. And in the morning, the same lips chanting prayers for purity under a statue's unblinking gaze. A quirky detail for you to tuck away in your own hush of night. A few ancient cosmetic jars found in temple ruins contain not only oils for cleansing, but coal dark smudge proof, perfect for painting eyes that wanted to linger longer in torchlight. Was it vanity ritual? Or a tiny rebellion painted in black lines daring the gods to blink first? No one inscribed confessions in stone. No scroll preserved midnight whispers traded on reed mats. Instead, what survived are contradictions, lists of vows beside lists of secret punishments, prayers for forgiveness chiseled next to hidden doorways no commoner was meant to find. Historians still quarrel over what mattered more, the promise of purity or the power that promise gave the temple women. Did their vows keep them chained inside sandstone walls, or did they arm them with the quiet thread of scandal leverage, sharper than any blade? A broken vow carefully concealed might buy a favor, hush a rival, sway a royal court, trembling on the edge of civil war. You step closer to an ancient niche carved into the chamber's far wall. Inside it sits a tiny battered box, wood darkened by centuries, brass hinges green with age. Legend says such boxes held personal tokens, rings, scraps of cloth, amulets pressed against lips in secret. Small confessions may be hidden in plain sight behind sacred promises. You can almost see it now. A temple woman kneeling here, eyes shut tight, palm pressed over her heart as she murmurs an oath. Then once the lamps dim, the same palm pressed against another's chest, heartbeat answering heartbeat under desert stars. Did the goddess hear? Did she care? Did she punish? Or did she watch with that same distant amusement carved into the falcon's eye above the doorway? Knowing perhaps that human promises are fragile reeds, bending in winds no vow can calm. You lean back, the rough stone cool against your shoulder. The shadows here breathe deeper than anywhere you've stood so far, curling around your thoughts, like a rumor that refuses to die. Somewhere beyond this chamber, another door waits, a place where healing herbs share shelves with poison vials, where the temple's power slips from whispered vows to sharper secrets still. You take one last look at the old vow chamber, picturing 100 silent confessions drifting up like smoke, tangled forever, with prayers for mercy and desire's stubborn laughter. Then you step forward, following that hidden current toward the next corner of shadow, where the temple women kept their sharpest knowledge tucked under layers of scented silk and ceremonial calm. The doorway tightens again, funneling you through a short hall lit by clay lamps that burn low and flicker as if nervous to reveal too much. The smell here changes no longer, just incense or flowers, but sharper earthy scents that cling to your throat and nose, dried herbs, crushed roots, something faintly metallic hidden in the shadows. You step into a chamber so cluttered with jars, baskets, and bundles of plants that it feels more like a hidden garden than a room carved from stone. This is where the temple women tended to wounds no battlefield healer would touch, where they brewed remedies, poultices, and if rumor holds any truth, the occasional quiet poison for those who forgot their place among whispered vows and moonlit offerings. Here, the temple healers moved through a world that blurred the lines between cure and curse. You pause near a low stone table covered in reed mats, their surfaces dusted with flakes of dried bark and scraps of linen stained with ancient dyes. A young woman bends over a clay bowl, grinding something with a pestle made from polished basalt. You can almost feel the tension in her shoulders, careful not to spill a grain more than needed, careful not to breathe too deeply of what she's crushing. A fact floats up through the haze of history: temples like these doubled as sanctuaries and infirmaries. Villagers came here to offer gifts and carry home little bundles of protection herbs, for fevers oils, for childbirth amulets, to ward off plague spirits. Some plants were so rare that their dried petals fetched the price of a gold ring in the market stalls outside the temple's walls. Yet no amount of coin could buy the full knowledge of how these remedies were prepared. That stayed locked inside rooms like this, behind the eyes of women who learned the secrets from older hands long turned to dust. There's a curious scrap of papyrus, frayed and browned with age, that hints at something more unsettling: an inventory of temple herbs, with tiny marks beside a handful of entries: belladonna henbane, blue lotus mixed with opium poppy. Enough to heal a fever, yes, but enough in the right hands to hush a rival's tongue forever. Some historians brush this off as rumor spun by foreign scribes eager to tarnish Egypt's temples with dark superstition. Others argue the evidence is too persistent to ignore so many rulers buried under suspicious circumstances, so many sudden plagues that seem to avoid the temple courtyards entirely. Near the far wall, a row of clay jars sits half buried in a shelf carved directly into the stone. Each jar bears a faint mark: wavy lines for river reeds, small stars for night-blooming flowers, tiny serpents for venomous roots. A girl barely older than 14 kneels there, her fingers trailing over each mark as she mutters names you can't quite catch. She stops at one jar, lifts its lid, and the air shifts again, sharper now, tinged with something you'd swear is bitter almonds. She smiles just a flicker of pride before sealing the jar and tucking it behind the others. A quirky trace of humor lingers in the scrolls, an old joke carved in the margin of a priest's ledger. Trust a healer's kiss, only if you trust her herbs. It reads like a warning, wrapped in laughter, a reminder that the same hands that dabbed oil on a fevered brow might slip a drop of something darker into a rival's wine. You run your fingertips along a low shelf where bundles of dried poppy heads rest beside clay bowls stained deep green with ancient tinctures. A pair of bronze scalpels, dulled with age but wickedly sharp at their edges, sit beside a folded linen cloth dyed saffron. Some believe the temple healers performed surgeries, too primitive by our standards perhaps, but skilled enough to mend wounds that would have doomed soldiers elsewhere. Historians still wrestle with the truth. Were these women quiet saints of the sick and dying, or careful guardians of poisons too valuable to name in daylight? Maybe both. Maybe neither. Maybe the line between blessing and curse was thinner here than anywhere else in Egypt's sunlit courtyards and echoing halls. The healer near the stone table glances up, her eyes sharp in the dim glow. She wipes her pestle on a strip of linen, then folds the cloth 3 times before tucking it into a wicker basket at her side. You catch the faintest nod, acknowledging you as another shadow in this room of secrets. Then she turns away, humming softly, her voice drifting through the clutter like a spell too old for words. You step lightly through the crowded space, careful not to bump a jar or scatter a handful of crushed mint across the floor. Everywhere you look, power hums, soft, practical, invisible as breath. Shelves, packed with dried rose petals, sit beside rows of thorny pods that could kill a man twice over. A tiny bronze censer glows in one corner, its smoke dancing around an inscription etched on the wall, a single eye unblinking, watching over every mixture, every promise, every hidden threat. You reach the far end of the chamber and find another curtain. This one dyed the deep rust of crushed madder root. Behind it waits another secret, the sacred tattoos that mark these women as more than healers, more than keepers of poison or prayer. Ink and needle symbol, and skin, a code carved not on walls, but on living flesh that carried the temple's power far beyond its painted stones. You breathe in the mingled scents one last time. Sharp herbs, warm oil, and that faint stubborn thread of danger before slipping behind the curtain, the soft rust color brushing your shoulder like a warning and a promise all at once. You push through the rust-colored curtain and step into a hush so complete it feels like the world itself has paused to listen. The room beyond is smaller than you expect. Bare stone walls, smoothed by countless fingertips, their rough edges dulled by centuries of whispered secrets and the sharp prick of bone needles dipped in ink. Here, under the soft glow of oil lamps, the temple women wore their oaths, not just in voice, but in skin, sacred tattoos inked along spines, wrists, collarbones, invisible beneath linen robes, but powerful enough to bind them to the gods they served and the secrets they carried. Your eyes adjust to the dim light. A low table stained dark with old pigments stands at the center of the chamber. Around it, small clay pots hold powders ground from crushed minerals, malachite for green soot, for black ochre for red. Thin needles carved from bird bones rest alongside tiny bowls of oil, meant to soothe skin once the ritual of marking was done. One undeniable fact: fragments of mummified remains bear these symbols: still eyes of Horus inked behind ears, spirals coiled around ankles, tiny falcons perched at the base of a throat. Scholars used to dismiss them as ordinary decoration, but closer study revealed their placement was anything but random. Each mark was both a prayer and a key said to grant the bearer passage through temple thresholds, and perhaps some whispered into hidden rites no outsider would ever witness. A woman kneels now beside the table. Her back is bare, under the flicker of the lambskin, a pale canvas waiting for the sting of devotion. Another woman, older, her wrists wrapped in red-dyed linen, leans over her bone needle poised between thumb and forefinger. She dips it into a shallow bowl, the ink glistening dark as midnight oil. The needle taps skin in a rhythm older than these walls, a soft scratch, a breath held a line drawn like a secret pressed into flesh. The girl does not flinch. Her eyes are fixed on the mural behind the tattooist's shoulder, the goddess Hathor, her crown, a sun disk framed by cow's horns watching with a gaze that forgives nothing, yet promises everything in return for pain borne in silence. A quirky truth: some of these marks were hidden so well that not even the highest priests saw them. Ink slipped beneath hairlines along ribs behind knees, places no prying eye would think to check. And the symbols themselves, they spoke in a language lost to the centuries, half religious vow, half code that only the marked and the marker could read. Some believe these tattoos bound women to secrecy more deeply than any spoken oath. Others insist they doubled as protection spells against betrayal, invisible armor, when alliances turned treacherous. Near the far wall, you spot an older piece of parchment, pinned with reeds and stiff with age. On it, faint sketches of symbols, serpents coiled into circles, eyes surrounded by dots, reeds that twist into shapes, hinting at rivers or bloodlines. Scholars still argue about their meanings. Were they prayers for fertility, warnings, maps to the heart of the temple's power? or nothing more than ink on skin, meant to dazzle and confuse the curious. Yet the bodies that carried them tell a story stronger than any scroll. In royal courts, these tattoos sometimes glimmered when a priestess leaned close to whisper into a queen's ear. They peeked out when a temple healer bent to tend a wounded soldier, when a handmaiden poured oil for a visiting envoy who thought he was the one holding the secrets. Imagine the power in that, a single flick of linen revealing a symbol no foreign eye could decode, an unspoken reminder that the bearer answered to no man, no king, only to the goddess, and the whispered promises scratched into her skin with a needle dipped in powdered dreams. A soft sound pulls you from your thoughts. The needle lifts. The girl breathes. The older woman wipes a bead of dark ink from a fresh line curling over a shoulder blade. The air smells of oil and crushed resin tinged with the faint iron of blood, just a drop barely enough to mark the sacrifice hidden in this quiet ritual. Historians puzzle over how widespread these tattoos were. Some claim only the highest orders bore them. Others suspect even novices carried a small mark, an invisible passport, proving they belonged to the shadowed world behind the temple's painted doors. It's said a priestess who betrayed her secrets had her marks cut away, erased like a name scratched off a family tomb. Whether that's true or rumor dressed in drama, no one agrees. But the fear of such a fate, it kept more tongues tied than any vow spoken under starlight. You step back as the tattooist leans in for another pass, the bone needle dancing its slow dance of devotion and warning. In this hush, you realize the ink is more than decoration, more than magic. It's memory etched in skin when papyrus crumbles and words are swallowed by desert wind. One last look at the flicker of ink, the soft tremor of a shoulder beneath the needle's kiss, and you turn toward another door, waiting at the far side of the chamber. Beyond it, rumor says, rival orders lurked, queens and wives who peered into the temple's shadowed halls and wondered if ink and secrets might one day slip through the walls to undo them all. You brush your hand along the stone as you leave, feeling the faint pulse of stories written not in scrolls but in flesh marks no grave could fully bury, no king could fully control. The doorway out of the ink chamber opens into a corridor colder than the rest, its walls carved with faint shapes of animals and birds. Guardians meant to watch what passed here and keep the secrets from straying too far into royal ears. The scent of incense fades as you step deeper. Here, even the sweet smoke dared not linger for long. What waited beyond these stones was no gentle hush of hidden altars or perfumed vows. It was rivalry as sharp as a bronze dagger waged in silken whispers between temple women and royal wives. You pause at the end of the corridor, peering into a chamber where power once tangled itself into knots too tight for any scribe to fully untangle. It's quieter here, but the quiet hums with tension. Niches carved into the walls hold offerings, fruits dried to husks, scraps of faded linen, a small statue of Hathor, half buried in a drift of sand. Some say these were gifts left by queens, desperate for secrets the temple women guarded behind their veils and tattoos. One fact is plain on broken shards of palace records: the pharaohs' wives and the temple women did not always bow to each other with polite smiles. They were rivals in ways no sword could settle. Temple women whispered to gods and sometimes whispered to kings. Queens commanded palaces and armies, but found their prayers had to pass through veiled lips before they ever reached the stone ears of a shrine. Imagine the friction that grew from that balance, a queen whose power came from her husband's throne, forced to kneel before a priestess half her age for an oracle's favor. or a blessing for a pregnancy that refused to take root. Some records hint at alliances, royal wives bribing temple women with rings, gold bracelets, rare oils from the southern trade routes. Other scraps tell a darker story. Bribes turned to threats, gifts given with honeyed smiles, then snatched back when secrets refused to be traded. A peculiar relic unearthed in a palace courtyard, far from any temple, bears a single scratch symbol, the same spiral found in tattoos beneath linen robes. No one knows how it got there, buried near the private quarters of a queen who died childless and suspiciously young. Scholars argue whether it's proof of conspiracy or just the playful doodle of a bored scribe. But here in this hush of cold stone, it feels like a ghost of a warning left behind by women who knew which secrets to share and which to bury under layers of rumor. You move deeper into the chamber, your steps echoing softly. A low bench sits near the far wall. Once queens might have perched here, veils drawn tight, hands trembling in linen sleeves, eyes darting to the carved figures overhead. In this room, it's said, priestesses read omens in oil lamps, the flicker of flame, deciding whether royal sons would live or dynasties crumble under the weight of barren cradles. Some temple women grew bold enough to push back when threatened whispers of hidden scrolls containing threats, accusations scribbled in code. A rumor circles the old temples still that one high priestess cornered by a royal wife's spies sealed her rival's fate with a single slip of poison tucked in a fig offered under the guise of blessing. Was it truth or a story to scare those who thought to bend a temple vow to royal ambition? Historians still argue late into the night, eyes sore from reading fragments that refuse to answer. A strange detail, preserved in gossip carved on the walls of an old workers' village, hints that some priestesses went further, still marrying themselves to gods not out of piety, but power. By becoming wives of the divine, they stepped outside the reach of palace control. A queen might bribe, flatter, or threaten a mortal woman, but a bride of the gods, untouchable. Or, so the temple stories claim. You imagine it, a royal envoy slipping through the temple gates at dawn, a scroll clutched tight under a wax seal, a promise of jewels in exchange for a single whispered prophecy that might sway a pharaoh's ear. On the other side of the carved door, a priestess waits, face-hidden fingers, inked with spirals that mark her as keeper of secrets, not seller of them. What happens next is lost to time. The scroll survives only as a crumb of memory, a rumor tucked in the footnotes of a half-burned ledger. The tension between temple and palace never died, not truly. It hummed like a quiet thread, wound through dynasties, surviving every collapse and rebirth. Every ruin holds traces of it, broken bracelets buried near temple walls, half-finished petitions to gods, scrawled by queens whose prayers went unanswered, while the temple women's secrets slipped like sand through royal fingers. You run your hand over the cold stone near the offering niche, imagining the quiet breath of a queen leaning in desperate for favor, met instead by the veiled gaze of a woman who answered to no crown but the crescent carved on her shoulder in ink. Beyond this room, the doors lead deeper still to chambers where the oracle spoke, where divine secrets poured from painted lips into royal ears and changed the fate of entire families. But here, in this hush of rivalry and rumor, you feel the sharpest truth. Yet the temple was no passive sanctuary. It was a throne room, in shadows ruled by women who knew when to bend and when to break the queens, who thought power came only in gold and blood. You step away, the echo of hidden feuds humming in your ears, and follow the faint flicker of a lamp down another corridor. Ahead, the air hums again, this time with the soft rustle of parchment and the breath of secrets shaped into oracles, waiting to tilt the balance of power all over again. This quiet war, fought with whispers and offerings, shows us the temple's earthly power. But what made a queen bow her head in the first place? What was the source of the temple's leverage so potent it could humble a woman who wore a crown of gold? It was the belief that these veiled women were more than keepers of herbs and ink. They were mouthpieces of the gods themselves. To understand their ultimate weapon, we must now step deeper still into the chamber where divine secrets were whispered, where the flicker of an oil lamp could decide the fate of an empire. This is the heart of the temple's hush, the oracle's sanctum. You step from the hush of rivalry into a chamber where the air feels denser, packed tight with secrets so heavy they might sink into the stone itself if given half a chance. Here deep in the bowels of the temple, the walls narrow, once more painted with careful scenes of lotus blooms and divine animals. They're not for decoration alone. They are prayers frozen in pigment guardians of the words about to be spoken inside. This is where the divine secrets slipped from veiled lips into waiting ears, where oracles murmured answers no king's gold could buy outright, no queen's threat could pry loose by force. In this hush, women of the temple shaped destinies with syllables softer than silk, yet sharper than the blades tucked under royal pillows. A single oil lamp flickers near the center of the room, its flame casting shadows that dance over a small platform of polished limestone. You imagine the scene, a priestess kneeling, her inked wrists resting on her thighs, eyes half shuttered under a veil so thin you can just glimpse the glint of coal. Before her, a queen robes heavy with beads and gold crown slightly askew from a sleepless night spent worrying which child might inherit too soon or not at all. One fact echoes through the fragments left behind these private councils were not rare embellishments of a decadent age. They were the hidden engines that turned the wheels of kingdoms. A single oracle could snuff out a royal marriage, push a general to mutiny, or crown a rival prince, if the words were whispered with just the right pause between promises. A scrap of worn papyrus found lodged behind a temple wall bears the faint trace of such secrets. She said the goddess frowns upon this union. Send the girl away. No names, no date. But the meaning is clear enough. Historians argue whether this line doomed a princess to exile or spared a dynasty a civil war. Either way, it shows how temple women's voices slipped through palace corridors like smoke through a reed basket, unseen yet inescapable. You watch a figure, an older priestess in your mind's eye, lean closer to the queen, her voice so low only the stone floor might remember. She pours oil into a shallow bronze bowl, its surface flickering with the flame's reflection. In that liquid mirror, she reads truths and half-truths. A rival's plot, a lost heir's return, a husband's wandering eye that might yet be blinded with just the right blessing or the right poison. A quirky detail flickers in the darkness. Some temples kept small animals in hidden chambers. Sacred cats, trained birds, even desert beetles, each said to carry the goddess's breath. If the oracle's answer came too close to treason, it could be blamed on the rustle of feathers or the flick of a cat's tail. Divinity made a convenient scapegoat when mortal tongues grew dangerous. Your feet shuffle across the stone, and you notice tiny carved grooves in the floor paths worn by the endless pacing of anxious petitioners. Queens who feared betrayal. Nobles desperate to hear that a sickly child would grow strong. Even pharaohs wrapped in linen and guarded by blades waiting like supplicants for the flicker of an oracle's smile to calm the palace or fan its embers to revolt. A tattered wall painting nearby shows a woman kneeling before Hathor, her hands raised in supplication. Look closer, in the goddess's crown sits a tiny hidden eye, barely bigger than a bead. Some say it's a mark that only those initiated into the oracle's order could see, a sign that the words they spoke came not just from mortal minds, but from a lineage of secrets layered over centuries like coal on skin. Yet for every whispered vision that bent empires, there's an unanswered question. Did these priestesses truly believe the gods breathed through them, or did they wield belief itself as their sharpest blade? Scholars split hairs and lose sleep over the scraps left behind, weighing the faith of the temple women against the raw, practical power of a secret traded in the right ear. Some stories hint that queens frustrated with cryptic oracles tried to plant their own spies among the veiled sisters. A stolen vow here, a coerced confession there. But each time the temple absorbed the threat, swallowing it like smoke, until the queen herself stood again at the threshold, asking for answers she couldn't find anywhere else. You step closer to the limestone platform and rest your fingers on its cold, smooth edge. You can almost feel the echo of 100 whispered bargains vibrating through the stone. A queen's sigh, a priestess's careful pause, a promise of loyalty that was half a curse, half a blessing, and fully binding only until the next lamp guttered out. A soft shuffle of imagined footsteps draws your gaze to the back of the chamber, where a narrow staircase winds upward behind a curtain of woven reeds. It's said that after an oracle's words settled like dust on royal silk, the priestess slipped away, up those stairs, leaving her words to stir feuds she'd never see unfold. The flame flickers, the shadows dance, and you, standing in this hush of stone and secrets, feel the cold kiss of the past brush your ear, promises made, kingdoms undone, all balanced on the tilt of a single whispered phrase. Ahead, the staircase waits, leading you to a place where worship itself was power, and every kneeling head bent under more than the weight of faith alone. You slip through the curtain of woven reeds, your fingertips brushing its dry threads as you climb the narrow stone steps that spiral up from the oracle's hush. With each step, the air shifts warmer, again scented with flickering oil lamps, the scent of burning resin curling up the walls like a living thing. When you reach the top, the stairway opens into a high chamber crowned by columns carved with delicate lotus petals, petals that seem to drink the flickering light and bloom into shadow with each breath of the flame. Here in this place, half open to the sky, yet hidden from any wandering eye worship, transformed into leverage. The temple's quiet heartbeat pulsed loudest, where rituals were not only prayers, but power-woven threads that tied royal coffers to stone altars, kings' promises to the hands that raised incense to the heavens. You stand at the edge of the chamber's inner ring, watching the circle of priestesses move in slow procession. Linen robes whisper over polished stone. Bronze bowls shimmer with burning myrrh. Hands lift and lower in practiced gestures, tracing shapes meant for gods, but understood just as deeply by the living rulers, whose wealth poured through temple gates like Nile floods. One fact glows clear through the dust of centuries' temples were Egypt's hidden engines of economy and influence. Lands, cattle grain, gold offerings stacked high to secure the favor of unseen deities. But every gift bought something else too, a promise that the temple's whispers would bless a royal line, hush a scandal, sway an enemy. Historians still find records of entire villages deeded to a shrine, taxes diverted from palace treasuries to gild statues and feed the mouths chanting sacred words at midnight. Some scraps of scrolls hint that pharaohs sometimes balked at the cost. And yet, they came anyway, captive kings, under roofs they technically ruled, but never fully owned. The temple women understood this balance better than any scribe hunched over dusty ledgers. Each ritual they performed under flickering lamplight was equal parts worship and subtle reminder the gods do not feed themselves. The hands that lift incense also write the secret ledgers no crown can erase. You watch as one priestess pauses at a stone plinth in the center. She places a small basket at its base, dried figs, blue lotus petals, a folded scrap of linen knotted around a nugget of resin. A humble gift by royal standards, yet a fortune to a farmer or trader. As her fingers lift away, you notice the flick of her wrist, just a heartbeat's hesitation, as if some unspoken message lies hidden in that knot of cloth. A quirky little clue passed through time. Some ancient scribes carved symbols into these offering baskets. Tiny birds, coiled snakes, looping reeds, signs that might tell an initiate which offering carried more than sweet-smelling prayers. A favor owed, a debt called in, or a threat veiled in sacred scent. Step closer now. Feel how the warmth of burning resin softens the chill that clung to your skin on the staircase. Hear how the murmured chants blend with the night breeze that slips through high lattice windows. If you let yourself drift a little, you can almost sense the unseen audience, royal envoys, noble wives, ambitious scribes, leaning just outside the columns, waiting for a word that might tilt the scales of war or inheritance. Historians still puzzle over how far this leverage reached. Did the priestesses truly bend thrones to their will, or did they simply stand ready knowing when to tip a rumor into a river of royal paranoia? The truth hides somewhere in temple ledgers, half-burned names scraped from walls, tombs sealed under layers of lies no torch has yet unwrapped. You drift to a small alcove near the chamber's edge. There a stone jar sits lid, sealed with ancient wax, so brittle it flakes under the brush of time. In a forgotten moment centuries ago, someone tucked away a roll of linen inside it, inked with a list of offerings, oil grain, gold honey. Beside each entry, a faint symbol, spirals eyes, tiny coils. No scribe's tidy accounting, but a code perhaps, a map of who owed what to whom, and at what price the god's favor might shift. And yet, as you stand here, it's clear that these transactions never looked like bargains to those kneeling in the incense haze. To the faithful, the chants and the sweet smoke were a bridge to the divine, a chance to slip a wish or a fear into the goddess's ear. What they did not see was the delicate ledger inked in memory by every priestess's hand, which queen begged for a child, which general sought a blessing for a campaign, which foreign envoy dared whisper too loudly near a painted doorway. A soft laugh, almost imagined, drifts across your thoughts, the dry irony that in all this worship power hummed just as loud as prayer. Even now, some scholars refuse to believe the temple women wielded such leverage. They argue the archives must be misread, the coded marks just decorative doodles. But then they find another half-burned scroll, another sealed jar tucked in an abandoned chamber, and the old questions coil tighter than the incense threads drifting toward the ceiling. One more glance around the chamber, and you notice how the priestesses keep circling, never stopping, never quite meeting your gaze. Each footstep, each tilt of the incense bowl, a reminder that the ritual never truly ends. Worship flows into power. Power loops back into worship, a circle, as unbroken as the ring of smoke that drifts up to the lotus carvings overhead. The chants fade as the procession slips through another curtained doorway, leaving only the hiss of burning resin and the hum of your own breath tangled in the shadows. Beyond this chamber, foreign feet once found their way inside invaders, traders, conquerors, who left muddy footprints on stone floors never meant to feel a boot heel's scuff. You follow the echo of those footsteps now, deeper still, where the hush of the old power meets the rough edges of unwelcome intrusion. And the secrets these temple women carried clashed with new gods and new kings who thought the incense would surrender so easily. You follow the ghost of burned resin down another passage where the air grows restless, swirling with drafts that taste of sand carried from lands far beyond the Nile's cradle. The walls here feel colder, the stone flecked with marks not carved by temple hands, but scraped and gouged by blades, boots, and the slow creep of time. You have stepped into the chapter where foreign intruders pressed their fingers into secrets the temple women had guarded for generations, secrets that did not surrender without a silent fight. Stand here for a moment. Let your eyes adjust to the gloom, broken only by a single oil lamp, flickering near a chipped relief of Hathor. The goddess's face is scratched at the edges, tiny cuts where a blade or chisel bit too deeply. Some say these marks were made by invaders who mistook holy symbols for locked doors to hidden treasure. Others insist they were the desperate defacements of temple women scraping away power before an enemy could lay hands on it. One undeniable fact: Egypt's temples did not stand in eternal silence. They were pillaged, repurposed, claimed by kings whose tongues curled around foreign vowels: Persians, Greeks, Romans, each layering their ambitions over sandstone walls painted for gods they did not truly fear. Each time new boots crossed the threshold, the temple women adapted, sometimes kneeling, sometimes whispering in foreign ears, sometimes letting secrets slip like sand through a tight fist. Imagine the first Persian envoys standing here, their tunics bright, with colors not yet faded by desert sun. They came for taxes and tribute, but found more hidden passages, cryptic rituals, a hush that even the sharpest sword could not pierce completely. Some invaders thought to banish the priestesses outright, replace chants with new prayers, melt golden statues into coins for soldiers' pay. Yet the temples endured stubborn as the rivers flood, because every conqueror eventually needed what only these women could offer: the illusion that the old gods still watched over the harvest, the river, the fragile heartbeat of a restless land. A scrap of broken pottery near a temple's side wall holds a curious detail: a name etched in Greek beside a swirl of hieroglyphs. Was it a sign of betrayal? Some local priestess who bartered secrets to keep her people fed? Or proof that the temple's power slipped its leash, entangled with the ambitions of foreign scribes hungry for magic they half believed, half feared? Historians still debate whether the foreign rulers respected the rituals or only pretended to. Some chronicles say Alexander the Great himself stepped barefoot into temples, like this, offerings in hand, bowing low to gods his own philosophers found quaint but politically convenient. A small price to pay for loyalty, wrapped in incense smoke and silk veils. You move deeper into the chamber. Here cracks line the floor stone, split by earthquakes or battering rams no one quite knows. And yet, a line of hieroglyphs survives along one broken edge. What is hidden remains. It's just 3 words in a dead language, but it hums with quiet defiance. A promise scratched into the foundation that no boot, no blade, no foreign tongue could fully erase. A soft brush of air shifts your thoughts. In the corner, you see faint outlines of reed baskets long empty. Some believe these once hid scrolls smuggled away before intruders could seize them, lists of secret herbs, coded prayers, the names of foreign wives who sought the temple's hush when palace gossip grew too loud to bear. Maybe it's wishful thinking, archaeologists love a hidden library. Or maybe somewhere, still buried under sand and broken stone, those scrolls wait for a patient hand to free them. One quirky rumor lingers in temple gossip tales of foreign soldiers who thought the women here were easy prey, only to find themselves half blind and fevered after a shared cup of wine laced with temple herbs. Did the priestesses truly poison intruders? Or did rumor protect them better than any blade? No scholar agrees on where the truth ends and the cautionary tale begins, but they all nod at the simple fact that the temple walls stand here at all, surviving wave after wave of flags planted in foreign names, taxes carved in foreign scripts, statues dragged away to shine in distant palaces, while the real treasures slipped into the hush of rumor. You run your hand along a low niche where the stone feels different, rougher, as if once bricked over to hide a door now lost to time. Maybe it led to a hidden chamber, a bolt hole for relics smuggled away from greedy hands. Or maybe it's just an old scar in a temple that learned how to wear its wounds like armor. Listen. The walls breathe with old resentments, but also with pride. The temple women bowed when they had to painted new prayers over old ones offered incense in names not their own. But they kept something back, too. A seed of silence, a knot of secrets coiled tight as a snake beneath a basket lid. Somewhere ahead, the corridor bends again toward an echo of collapse that buried not just walls, but the last living memories of the hush these women spun between kings and gods. As you step toward that place, the chill lifts a little, replaced by the warm hush of buried echoes waiting to breathe once more. You step beyond the cracked stone and the ghost scent of foreign boots into a corridor that feels like the temple's last exhale, a breath held so long that when it finally slipped free, it carried entire worlds of memory with it. Here you see no fresh offerings, no baskets waiting for secret scrolls, no priestesses weaving incense into politics. Only rubble, now broken lintels, leaning at crooked angles, slabs of sandstone, half buried in drifting dunes, that found their way inside when the roof first gave way. This is where the legacy buried itself, when the hush grew too heavy for even the gods to lift, when the last of the temple women vanished behind stone doors that would never open again. The great collapse did not happen in a single night. It arrived like a slow tide, foreign rulers tightening taxes, new religions rising with fresher prayers, desert storms prying open cracks in roofs that once held the stars at bay. A simple truth survives in chipped inscriptions and the weary notes of traveling scribes. The rituals didn't vanish in a blaze of conquest. They faded like dusk. One by one, the young girls who once knelt before hidden altars found other paths. Some carried secret knowledge into village courtyards, whispering half-remembered prayers as they brewed poultices for fevered children. Others married farmers, scribes, merchants, trading temple oaths for new vows spoken over bread and oil instead of incense and gold. A fragment of graffiti scratched clumsily on a temple wall, half buried by drifting sand, holds a peculiar echo of this unraveling. It reads simply, "She took the goddess with her." Historians argue over its meaning. Was it a scornful remark from a priest who watched the temple coffers dry up as young priestesses slipped away? Or a quiet nod of respect for women who refused to let their secrets die when the last brazier turned cold. You step over a fallen column, drum the edges smoothed by centuries of wind, and the careless boots of treasure hunters who once dug here for gold they never found. Instead, they left behind half-shattered statues and shattered promises, proof that the hush these temple women spun was never meant for thieves with shovels, but for those willing to listen even after the walls fell silent. Listen now. The hush hums beneath the wind's dry hiss. It clings to the hollow where an altar once stood, its polished top cracked down the middle like an old rib. Imagine the last offering here. Maybe a bowl of lotus petals. Maybe a single coin pressed into a crack by trembling fingers, too stubborn to let the old gods go gentle into the desert's roar. A curious detail flickers at your feet. Tiny shards of blue faience beads mixed with grains of wind-blown sand. Once these beads adorned the linen hymns of priestesses who moved like shadows between moonlit altars and hidden doorways. Now they lie scattered ordinary as pebbles, yet humming with the memory of whispers traded in hidden courtyards. Some say the final priestesses buried these beads as offerings to themselves, a promise that the hush would seed itself deep ready to bloom again if ever someone paused long enough to hear it. You drift toward a corner where the roof has caved in, entirely letting the desert in like an uninvited guest. Pale sun slices across broken murals. Goddesses half erased by wind and time, their eyes still watching lids painted with the same kohl that once rimmed the priestess's hidden glances. Did they know this was coming? Some scholars think the last high priestess saw the signs grain shipments diverted to new shrines, tax collectors pulling offerings away from incense and toward marble churches rising along the Nile's banks. There's no record of her final words, no scroll detailing the last ritual sung when the temple's voice began to fade. Maybe there was no grand farewell at all. Maybe it ended like a candle guttering out one chamber at a time, a final hush echoing behind a stone door, sealed not with curses, but with a simple prayer that no conqueror could read. Yet here you stand, centuries later, feeling the hush curl around your ankles like drifting sand. The temple collapsed, but its rituals did not vanish entirely. They sank into folk remedies, lullabies, strange charms buried under mud brick homes along the river's edge. A secret lineage, quiet women humming half-remembered hymns, to babies drifting to sleep, a nod to the hush that once bound queens, to stone altars, and turned whispered songs into the trembling pulse of power. A soft breath of wind sends a line of dust tumbling down the broken wall. Somewhere in this ruin lies the echo of sandals padding over limestone, the flicker of a tattoo hidden beneath linen, the soft sting of a bone needle pressing secrets into flesh. What is buried here was never really gone. It waits coiled in broken stone tucked inside the hush that clings to ruins even as empires rise and fall like desert mirages. Step carefully now. Ahead, the final threshold opens onto the world beyond these sun-baked walls, a world that still listens, if only you know how to hear what the hush buried in stone has yet to tell. You stand at the edge of the last chamber toes, nudging the dusty threshold, where stone gives way to drifting sand. Behind you lie shadowed corridors, heavy with secrets. Ahead, nothing but open sky, and the dry hush of a ruin that refuses to tell you everything it knows all at once. This is where the hush softens into echoes in stone-crumbled walls that breathe stories into wind-broken columns that hum with the faint memory of veiled footsteps long since vanished into dust. The sun slants low, staining the sandstone gold and copper. It catches on carvings, half swallowed by time goddesses, whose eyes peer from crumbling lintels, spirals that once twined around doorways like protective charms, fragments of ink still clinging to niches where oil lamps once flickered all night long. If you listen carefully, you might swear you hear the rustle of linen or the faint scrape of a reed curtain shifting in a breeze that no longer comes. One fact: the wind always carries Egypt's temple. Women left no monuments in their own names, no statues taller than kings, no long-winded inscriptions boasting conquests or bloodlines. What they built was quieter threads of power spun from silence, rituals stitched into flesh, secrets carried mouth to ear, like water from a hidden well. Their legacy lives not in stone alone, but in the gaps between walls, the way an empty courtyard still hums if you stand there long enough at dusk. A curious detail flickers at your feet, a shallow groove in the stone threshold worn smooth where thousands of bare feet once crossed in silence. It's such a simple thing, yet it hums with more truth than any grand obelisk. Generations of girls, women priestesses, passed here, some chosen, some given, some born into vows they never had the chance to refuse. And yet each left behind a fraction of themselves, an echo of a hymn, a whispered promise, a secret tucked into a knot of linen and buried in a hollow wall. Historians still argue over what these ruins truly whisper. Some claim the priestesses were pawns of powerful priests hidden away to protect royal bloodlines or control palace rumor. Others see them as quiet revolutionaries wielding songs, ink, and incense to bend the ears of queens, bend the knees of kings, and twist fate while appearing to serve it. The stone doesn't say. It only holds your shadow as you stand here listening, wondering if the hush was sanctuary or snare blessing or bargain. You crouch near a broken lintel, carved with the faint outline of Hathor's horned crown. A scrap of gold leaf clings stubbornly to the groove of her eye, just enough to catch the last rays of sunlight before dusk drags it into darkness. Somewhere nearby, a fig tree pushes its roots into the cracks of the foundation life, threading through ruin as if to remind you that secrets never really die. They just bloom sideways quietly, where no king's scribe thinks to look. If you press your palm to the stone now, you can almost feel the warmth that lingers there long after the sun slips behind the dunes. It feels like a heartbeat, slow, steady, stubborn. A hush that breathes back at you: I was here. I am still here. You rise, brushing the dust from your fingers. The temple gates, once barred to kings and commoners alike, stand open to the wind now. Columns lean like tired sentinels, their shadows stretching long across sand, scattered with beads, broken pottery, a shard of bone needle too brittle to pierce skin anymore, but strong enough to pierce memory. You take one last step inside the circle of ruin and let the hush settle around your shoulders. There are no more veiled entrances or secret altars waiting ahead, just the soft promise that history never truly seals its doors. Some echoes sleep in textbooks and glass cases. Others hide in plain sight, in songs half sung to babies in the hush of night, when you wonder if the past might still be listening. Maybe it is. Maybe the next time you stand in an empty courtyard or pass a ruin swallowed by wind and sand, you'll pause, tilt your ear, and catch a whisper sandal against limestone, a flicker of incense, the soft scrape of a bone needle tracing a secret only the hush still knows. Step back now into the open dusk, into the hush that will keep whispering long after you drift to sleep. Its secrets folded neat as linen waiting to be carried just a little farther on the breeze. And now the hush folds itself around you, soft as a linen shroud, warm as dusk settling over broken stones. You've wandered through hidden corridors, past veiled altars and moonlit courtyards, breathing secrets that once clung to oil lamps and tattoos inked under silent vows. All that remains is the hush, the gentle truth that some stories are too quiet to ever vanish completely. So let your breath slow as if it too were smoke drifting through temple halls long collapsed. Picture the young maidens stepping barefoot over cool stone, the flicker of a lamp dancing against a painted eye that never blinks. Hear the last echo of whispered chants winding themselves into your dreams, half prayer, half promise that tomorrow's noise will wait outside a little longer. If your mind drifts back to broken columns and hidden scripts buried in desert sand, let it. The hush knows how to keep secrets safe for you. It will hold them until your eyes slip closed, until your thoughts melt into a quieter past, where no king's decree or scholar's quill can chase them. And if somewhere in the night you feel a soft question linger, wondering what other voices sleep inside forgotten stones, let that wonder drift with you. Let it settle like a last offering at the foot of a hidden altar, just one more secret folded into sleep. Rest well now. May the hush guide you gently to dreams, older than the desert wind, where sandalwood burns slow, and every shadow keeps watch.